Welcome back to Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader, where last time we arrived in Mundus Valencia, the star system of Dargonis. When we entered, we had like a little message telling us that the people were eagerly awaiting our arrival, and that they were basically going to be holding like a procession thing. I guess a celebration for our arrival. And yeah, we told them to, let the people party, basically. There was basically an option of like, yeah, are we going to Dargonis now, or are we gonna like come back later? And it was like, we're gonna go now. We landed on the planet after scanning the rest of the, planets in the system. We landed on the planet, and instead of going to the palace, I went to the Astra Administrarum offices, because we needed to get that merchant seal, that merchant certificate for Jai Hadari. So we entered, and very quickly learned that the bureaucracy of the Imperium takes literal lifetimes for things to happen, through just like notes that we found in the offices there. But like, yeah, we were approached by a servo skull, which escorted us to the Master of Seals, and it was kind of made pretty evident that Jay Hadari had, like, oiled the machinery a bit, and got us along a bit quicker than the usual person would be able to go through the bureaucratic systems of the Imperium, with a few, let's say, gifts to certain people, as we made it to Master of Seals, who very much aware of the fact that briberies had been made, was just like, all right, what the fuck do you want? Yeah, we told them the situation, that we were getting a merchant certificate for our friend, and they were like, all right, did you fill out these forms? And as her sponsor, we basically had to fill out a bunch of forms, which took hours. Yeah, by the end of it, we needed 2 seals that needed to be stamped onto this certificate from, like, basically administrators of some officials of the Administrorum. So we kind of showed them these like wax seals that we had yoinked from a previous planet that we had been to, that were, I believe, winter scale seals, but they could be fashioned into Phalankius ones. And yeah, we had to get a seal from basically the Von Valankius dynastic palace, as well as somewhere else, Janus. So we went to Janus first, and spoke to what's his name, like Attilius Quint, the Astra Administratum person who was stationed there, and got him to stamp the certificate, yeah, we then returned to Dargonis, and went to the palace to get our second. We were walking down these walking down the street, with like flanked by, like, people cheering us on as we arrived. We met with our basically our chancellor and secretary, basically. As we learned that a woman of the Rosarian dynasty family thing, so like Abelard, serves as our, I want to say, chancellor, and like a royal court person. And yeah, they welcomed us, informed us that one of the nobles, I believe the Governor Gaprak or something. No, it wasn't Gaprak, Drivehelm or something. Was going to be a bit late. We suspect, in order to kind of test the limits of our patience and whatnot, and our leniency with such unpromptness. And yeah, the and then the secretary dude introduced themselves. I'll be honest, I forgot what their name was. But Heinrich wanted us to speak with him at some point. And yeah, after the little entrance ceremony was over, we could explore the area. And explore we did. We kind of have all of our companions strewn about the place. We looked around, like Janice was feeling uncomfortable in the cityscape. Jay was rubbing shoulders with nobles. Argento was like praying at an altar. There were some tourists basically on the grounds who were looking at like some, I guess, displays that the Theodora, our predecessor, had set up. They basically had like a tour guide and stuff. And then we went into the actual palace, and yeah, we're basically kind of told like where the throne was, where our room was. We'd get some rest at our room, and you know, once we were ready, we would speak to Mrs. Rosarian to, you know, get things going. And so yeah, we started exploring. The rest of our travel companions were inside here, and yeah, I found Heinrich talking to the secretary guy whose name I'm forgetting. And we basically learned that this secretary guy is also like an agent of the Inquisition. I don't know if he's a direct agent or just like, you know, helps a collaborator of it. But yeah, we basically learned that like this guy has secretly kind of reports to the Inquisition on like heresy and stuff, and if anything concerning, like heretically concerning, makes his way to his ears, he will inform us of what he can and is allowed to. And yeah, after that, we kind of, I guess, got told that we were ready to basically hold court. The governor will be arriving soon, etc. And so we continue. Oh, it's just that. Nice. Discord. There we go. All right. Ah, Achilles, that was the name. So yeah, that guy's an informant for the Inquisition. And then Clementia Rosarian person. Oh, we also not Adira. I said Adira because she was right there. Jay was also talking to her because that's who we had to get the second seal from. Race to the top. Seven people for 5 provisions. No idea what the fuck 4 links is. Alright, check out the bedroom. Breeze catcher boots. Whenever the wearer moves through a cell occupied by an enemy, the wearer gains 15% dodge against that enemy's attacks until the wearer's next turn. The leather covers bear the names of the authors, mostly philosophers and theologians from Dargonis. The spines of the books are trimmed with gold. Of course, I expect nothing less. Computer. There's a faint mark on the polished mantelpiece, which was likely left by a glass. The cogitator is producing rhythmic sounds, among which a faint ringing stands out. I just saw blood there. The remains of a plaque can be seen on the frame. Alas, the inscription is completely indistinguishable due to the patina. Like, I'm not tripping. I just saw blood there, right? This antique piece of furniture is obviously well cared for, but its surface is still covered with a lot of scuffs, scratches, and stains. Traces of the previous rogue traders who sat at this table. A sturdy safe equipped with several bizarre mechanisms. Multi-melter? Oh, yeah, we got a balcony? Where they going? Tree. Singular spot of green. There are so 100% going to be assassins coming through that balcony at some point. Like, ain't no way there ain't. By bringing your hand to the scan panel behind the books, you open a hidden door. The bed for the head of a rogue trader dynasty is befitting the status of its owner. Alright, what we got? What we got? A mysterious Xeno artifact rests in a stasis field. Can't tell what it is. The mysterious item undoubtedly created by inhuman hands. The shelves of the library are laden with dusty tomes. Your eyes linger on the works of several administratum adepts and the memoirs of some unfamiliar explorers of distant deaf worlds. Mysterious item, undoubtedly created by inhuman hands. Mysterious item. Plasma Shaper Gloves. These gloves grant the wearer plus 10 bonus to tech use. They also increase the damage of plasma weapons by 3. A Zealot Cloak. When the wearer hits an ally with an area attack, the wearer gains plus 1 stack of the Zealot effect until the end of combat. The wearer deals plus 10% damage with their area attacks for each stack of the Zealot effect. An empty glass and 3 unopened bottles of wine sit on a finely crafted table made from dark marbled wood. Crackling and a barely audible plaintive melody come from the old worn speakers. The sumptuous couch, upholstered in fine cloth that appears garish in the mellow lighting, does not look comfortable. That couch? This secret room is remarkably quiet and almost homely. Perhaps your predecessor used it when she sought complete solitude. Listening to the muted melody coming from the Vox speaker, you can easily imagine Theodore reading a book with a glass of expensive wine in hand. Choose a book. Several books are stacked next to the sofa. Some appear ancient, while others look like they have never been opened. Among Theodore's data that has been restored using your cogitator is the frayed Litanies of the Motive Force. It is the title of one of the books. Litanies of the Motive Force, Love is the Only Truth, Xenos Anatomy, Scholar's Observations from the series One Shot, One Kill, The Invincible Army, Analysis of the Tactical Triumphs of the Astra Militarum. Choose the book, Parsimus Duane, a biographical sketch. Litanies. As you pick up the book, a hidden button in its spine clicks under your finger. Change the music. The bid screen on the data slate before you displays the names of several Vox symphonies. You recognize the melody that is playing right now. It is the first of 36 parts of the Symphony of Honor and Duty. Skitari Choir, the rhythm of machine and blessed metal. You hear a loud click inside the Vox speakers, and the piece that was playing earlier starts anew. Siren shatters the tranquil atmosphere in the room. Alarms have been sounded. will be eliminated. Oh boy. Your ladyship, deepest apologies for the intrusion. Do you require any assistance? But on second thought, you had better just leave. We had rather just leave you in peace. Okay. Glass, 3 unopened things. After the alarm and the palace guard's intrusion, the calm and comfortable atmosphere of this room has faded somewhat. Not even here can a rogue trader find a moment of privacy. Have a glass of wine. 3 sealed bottles sit on the sturdy-looking low table. They are labeled Grandmaster's Blood, Boon of Terra, and Flame of Purity. You recall the vision of the past that Adira told you about? She said Theodore's favorite wine was Flame of Purity. The wine fills the glass, glittering in the dim light of the room like liquid gold. Its tangy flavor burns your throat, leaving behind a spicy, biting aftertaste. You hear a short, faint hum as an unseen motor stirs into motion. Symphony of Honor and Duty Part 2. Music on the speakers momentarily grows louder, filling the entire room, then goes back to normal, seemingly without any change. The room responds to your actions with a quiet grinding sound, and a small nook reveals itself in the nearby wall. Inside, you find a data bank bearing the Von Valankius coat of arms. Okay. The heck is that? Oh, I'm like, what the fuck is that sound? It's the servers. Making noises. That merchant certificate. If I can even leave at this point. I might not be able to. Quick save before doing this. Gotta take care of some paperwork. You know how it is. Sure. Let's bring Adira with us. Why not? suspect until they are proved that they can be trusted. Long live the rogue trader Medea von Valancius, rightful successor to the Round of Trade. Ah, Medea, you have returned. I hope the sacred document I entrusted to you last time has now successfully passed through the approval procedure. Here is your paper, complete with seals. The ocular lenses on the old woman's nose emit a subtle hum as she adjusts the magnification. Yes, oh yes, indeed. It is perfect. The seals are authentic, so we may continue with the certification procedure. Follow me, please. Not too many petitioners today. Last week we had to put on a thingy. An extra shift to cope with the crowds. Now we wait in line. Just as the governor made us wait, we shall make the governor wait. Look at this blessed bureaucracy. This is your queue, and your ticket number is... The old woman, as ocular lens hums and she zooms in on the paper in her hand, 394. When it is your turn to be seen, the ranking prefect will review your documentation again and sign the official certification for Jai Hidari to possess a Mercatum Tabula Officiale. You will have a bit of a wait, but it will be worth it in the end, yes? If I must queue, then queue I shall. Then I bid you good day. May the law and the Emperor keep you. How many hours are about to pass right now? Oh. Take your place in queue. Why me? Officer? Look at them, all dressed up in their finery. Important folk, I suppose, but in this blessed place, all are equal. Application number 232-05-68X is awaiting processing by the Master of Seals. Outcome level C. Petition rejected. The crowd hums and surges like the sea in foul weather. The smell of unwashed bodies, ancient parchment, and ink assaults your nose. For many petitioners, this is not their first cycle waiting to be seen.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Lord Emperor, I'm so bored. I'd love to pick a fight with someone. Task list for current work turn. 1. Compose an order for the servitorization of 90% of the population of asteroid mining station VMK-498 for the purposes of increasing productivity. 2. Prepare a set of documents for the reclassification of the world Vebos 6 as a penal colony on the orders of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. 3. Task the newly appointed adepts of the Administratum with conducting a review of all unresolved petitions in the last 5,999 cycles. 4. Make a big mug of recap. Your face looks familiar. Yeah. And it's me. Addendum number 32-4 to addendum number 874-BA7 to document NXC 4026-82. The regiments of the Astra Militarum sent to the frozen world of Xenagar 2 required supplies of warm clothing, footwear, and snowshoes for a successful combat maneuver with a further offensive against the enemies of humanity and the Emperor. Due to a gross error by a low-ranking adept of the Astra Administratum, instead of the aforementioned supplies, soldiers received 800 cryobanks, resulting in the death by freezing of the majority of troops before the commencement of the mission of retribution. For the purposes of improving efficiency, the adept responsible was subjected to servitude in perpetuus, as a result of which he is now discharging his duties flawlessly. Good for him. Sheesh. I mean, you know, we're only number 300 something or other. The queue hums with thousands of voices. Someone has rolled out bedding and is setting down to sleep. Someone is playing some bizarre musical instrument. Many are praying. Several high-born petitioners are debating who is here on the most important business. You have to admit the magnificent administrative machinery of the Imperium isn't without its rough edges. Jay smiles sheepishly, eyeing the queue. But a thrilling adventure this is turning out to be, Shireen. I've never seen anything like it before, and sometimes it's good to take a break from constant traveling and to give all the hot-blooded newcomers a chance to cover themselves in glory without us in the way. Yawn, scratch the back of your neck, count the people in the queue, order your servants to prepare a waiting area befitting a rogue trader. Wait patiently. Count the people in the queue. That's what I would do. Uh, the people are constantly moving, coming and going, changing places, or simply disappearing from view. On your first attempt, you count 238 petitioners. On your second attempt, you count 244. On your third attempt, the next batch of unlucky souls is ushered into the hall, and you lose count. Scratch the back of your neck. You have whiled away 30 seconds of your wait. You wonder how long you have left to go. Yawn. The minutes drag by intolerably slow. Somewhere in the queue, a child is howling at the top of its lungs. The palace adepts are sedately moving documents from one pile to another, shuffling papers. Several petitioners have gathered in a huddle and are swapping rumors, while someone has laid down for a nap on a nearby bench. One hour. You feel the envious eyes? Ah, hell yeah. Feel the envious eyes of the other petitioners upon you, but no one dares to do anything more than stare. Wait patiently. Made this place a little bit nicer. In the last 8 hours, the only thing that has changed in the waiting hall is the warden shift. The petitioners in the queue placidly await the blessed hour when their appeal will be heard by the high-ranking servants of the Imperium. The entire queue perks up at a sudden announcement. Number 285, proceed to the available window. Throw. All right, had a bit of an internet hiccup. It looks like. I think I noticed that. Okay. I'll just reread this one since I don't know where that dropped. Uh, don't take me. What torturous trial have we let ourselves in for? Giant almost wails in despair. So much precious time lost, and we've only moved 3 places ahead. At this rate, we'll be old and gray before we get out of this queue, Shireen. You are the reason we are here. And that was the will of the Exalted One, Shireen. Jade throws up her arms and lowers her head. And the Exalted One has granted me insight as to how, with a simple wave of your hand and a few wise words, we can ease our arduous weight. The simplest way is to make these lowly subjects bow down before the blinding radiance of our title, Shaleen. Second option requires a little more patience. I've already found our first the compassionate citizen who is standing 50 places ahead of us in the queue. Simply offers the right words to unlock his heart, and he will gladly swap tickets with you. And also, you have the power to solve the problems of some petitioners, removing their need to visit a coveted window. After all, is there anything an ordinary citizen could want that is beyond the power of the conqueror of the stars to grant? Shall solve the problems of the common people. Frighten the people. These worms should bow down in terror before their mistress and let us through. Whatever you are thinking, do it. Address a tender-hearted man. Open fire on the crowd. Why go to any effort when I can simply shoot everyone here? Solve the problems of the people. God damn that. Open fire. Sheesh. I love how Pascal is just like there. Like, you know... Dira and Cassie are just hanging out. We're over here. Abelard is trying not to cause too much, or let Jay cause too much chaos. Solve the problems of the common people. A wise decision, Shirleen. Co-traders always say, if you can solve a problem with hard cash, then that's just the cost of doing business. Jay gives you a conspiratorial wink and backs away slightly. Oh, Exalted One, could today be my lucky day? No longer will I have to stand in this hall, waiting day and night for my turn to come, for this kind lady of House von Valancius is a benefactor of the downtrodden, and she has solved my problem. One man has taken the bait. Several people have taken the bait. Esteemed lady, take pity on this poor youth as well. I will give you everything I have, I swear before the Emperor. Only help me solve my problem. We do not need everything, poor wretch. Only your place in the queue. Listen to the young man. The young man in worn work overalls comports himself with unusual grace for a commoner. My lady, I have been in this queue for 24 moons already, trying to get a permission slip to wed my fiancée Zazie. Unfortunately, the servants of the Administratum refused to grant it without a signature of a highborn sponsor. Out of my way! Elbowing aside onlookers left and right, a richly dressed lady with a beauty mark augment above her lip charges towards you. Esteemed lady, my 8th offspring has lost his mind. He has decided to renounce his family, his noble title, and his talent as a healer, all for the sake of some tattered waif from the middle levels. A union with a commoner will put an end to his studies at the university, or should Dargonus and the Officio Medicae be deprived of a capable chirurgeon because of a passing fancy? Zazie is a healer too, and she helps the people of the Hive a great deal more than any lily-white chirurgeon with a diploma. I do not want to live a life of idleness in the spires of Dargonus like you, not when I know there are thousands of unfortunate people in the lower levels who need my help. I have no interest in your little drama. I will sign the paper if you require a sponsor. The lives of commoners hold no value. Jesus. When you finish university, you will be qualified to save those who are truly worthy. In the name of House Valancius, I hereby make your fiancée, a lady of the court, and release her from any obligations thereto. You wish to study alongside your beloved? Very well. Well, I hereby grant you ownership of the Dargonis University of Medicaid. You may admit anyone you like. Holy shit. Can literally make this man the fucking principal of the university. That's funny. I don't exactly understand what this one is like intending. Thank you, my lady. I promise I will tell my children and my children's children of your kindness. Next. You have an interesting way of doing business, Celine. Now keep that in mind. Jay's shrewd eyes are alight with interest as she watches the young petitioner leave. After allowing you a brief pause, a hunched ragamuffin approaches you. The old man's toothless mouth breathes out a putrefying cloud of air as he speaks only 3 words. Death for life. Urkel? Jay peers over the man's shoulder to read his crumpled form. You are here to request mortification so that your organs go to your granddaughter as an inheritance. She will hardly want your worn-out body parts, old-timer. The ragged man shakes his head and covers his face with his wrinkled hands. Servitor disposal. Now only do you notice the tattoo on his right hand, the symbol of the Adeptus Administratum, and several interlocking chains. Seems this old fellow is the property of a prefect of this palace. Jay looks at this man's form again and rears back in horror. The granddaughter of this poor wretch was turned into a servitor 16 Dargonis years ago, and after a recent accident, she was listed for disposal. And now this old man is volunteering to be spare parts for a soulless tin can? May the Exalted One keep me from such a fate. Sacrifice will mean nothing to a servitor. You do realize that. I will have my people buy your granddaughter's release and see to your welfare. You do not have to die, old man. If she has been taken out of service, then the time has come to release her. I will give the order for your granddaughter to be repaired, but if you wish to be with her forever, you will also be subject to servitude in perpetuitis. How dare a prefect's property try to make use of its own life? Get away. Back to your master. Your sacrifice will mean nothing to a servitor. You do realize that. The old man's toothless mouth opens in pain, seemingly splitting his face in two, and his salty tears well in his time-worn eyes. I would give the order for your granddaughter to be repaired, but if you wish to be with her forever, you will also be subject to servitude in perpetuitis. The old man nods and understands. Yes, I understand. Emperor, watch over you. Spirit. Interesting. So that is how the ruler of worlds and all the stars in the sky acts when she finds an unfortunate on the edge of her magnificent orbit. Jay nods pensively and beckons the next petitioner forward. A mature woman in a finely made but threadbare dress greets you. I heard you were helping those in need. Well, my family, it's devastated. My life's work, oh, my shop selling rare hats, burnt to ashes. I am living out my last years as a widow, alone, in a cold, deserted manor without servants, diversions, or delicacies befitting my status. The woman falls silent, her brow raised in expectation of your response. I suppose you must remarry then. I shall have my people select the best spouse for you. This should suffice to cover your expenses. Perhaps I could rebuild this hat shop of yours. And what you want is a life that is meaningless and full of despair. Perhaps it is time you turn to faith, sister. I could rebuild this hat shop. The woman's beleaguered eyes sparkled to life. Why, that's a wonderful idea. Please, take my place in the queue here. I insist. I will leave my details with your retinue and go. Need more hat shops. We need more cool hats. Wah, 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 wah. Well, that was amusing. I paired off the last few onlookers who were willing to give up their place. It's a pity they aren't also amenable. Jay inspects the tickets she now holds and nods with satisfaction. We've moved forward considerably in the queue, Shaleen. But you aren't ready to stop there, are you? We could also ask Adira to use her talent. On second thought, no, that could be more disastrous than a suddenly erupting volcano, Shaleen. Forget it. Open fire. Wait patiently. 8 hours. Another 8 planetary hours go by. The queue has hardly moved. The adept in the next window was dealing with rebelling machine spirits in his concentrator, so the petitioners from that queue were diverted to the middle of yours. Shireen, you're a saint. Have I told you that before? You must be, because I don't see any other reason why you would show such fervent but senseless patience. Can't we hurry things along? The next 8 hours pass surprisingly peacefully. Nothing unusual happens. All the certification officers are at their windows and are accepting petitioners, and you have even started growing accustomed to the sounds and smells of this place. Well, Shireen, maybe this time you will lose patience with being patient and decide to move along a teensy bit faster. It has been 24 hours. The hum of activity returns to the queue. Petitioners exchange glances, clutching their paperwork. After a few seconds, you realize that the number being called out by the servo skull for the third time is the one on your ticket. Do you know what gets better with time, Serene? Amasak and lovemaking. Remind me of that if I ever ask you to stand in a queue again. What are you waiting for, Shireen? Let's go. We have another couple of hours with the certification officer to get through. Certification officer leans over the document, his smoothly shaven head gleaming. His augmented ocular eyes whir as the lenses zoom in and out. With quiet scratching sounds, the cogita quills that serve in place of the officer's fingers make notes on a fine sheet of paper. The document is hereby certified, says the rasping voice through a metal jaw with an integrated box. Return to the Master of Seals in order to proceed, and may his light and wisdom guide you. Next! We've finally done it.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
our guard out here.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Huh. The Temple of Law and Order greets you, Medea von Valakis. You have returned with all the necessary paperwork, I presume. Here, all the seals placed by a certification officer. Wonderful. The Emperor blessed you with patience greater than that apportioned to ordinary mortals. Allow me to verify the authenticity of your documents for the final time. The old woman holds the documents close so that they are almost touching her nose. Her mechanical ocular lens is clicking incessantly. Yes. Yes. Confirmed. Everything is in order, and this one... the seal is smudged slightly. Jay's smile evaporates, revealing her true emotions. Void scorpions scratch on my eyes. Now what? Adira stares at Jay in surprise and lets out a whistle. Well, that came out of nowhere. I suppose I could overlook it, given that the rest has been certified correctly and promptly. Congratulations, Jai Hedari. You are now the holder of a Mercatum Tabula Officiale. Do not forget to repeat the certification process every 100 Terran cycles. Uphold the law of the Imperium proudly and honorably in the worlds of the Coroner's Expanse. And one more thing. Loss of the certificate is a grievous transgression, Mistress Haydari. Lose the original document, and you will be unable to regain your status as an official trade representative, not even with the Rogue Trader's endorsement. Yes, esteemed Damar. Give me the certificate already, come on. Jay's eyes dart over the Mercatum Tabula Official and shine with delight. Praise the exalted one who saw me through all these trials, Shireen. This is something to tell the grandchildren about, how a humble mortal became a trade representative of the Imperium. Let's not bother the Damar any longer, Shireen. Why don't we discuss our next steps on the ship? Medea von Valankis, you have returned. The sacred document I entrusted you with last time has now successfully passed through the approval process.
There will be no peace
Right.
in my
We
wake.
did it. We did it. We bureaucracied. Let's fucking go. Under the bridge. That you wanted to discuss next steps. We're in queue for like 1.5 days, I believe. Just about.
Shireen, light of my eyes, giver of boons and savior of the needy. From now on, two sons will grace the firmament of the Von Valancius Protectorate. One bright and powerful like the Rogue Trader herself, and the other slightly more humble, like her unassuming partner, the diligent owner of the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, and all around delight, Jai Hidari.
Jai Hidari tenderly holds the piece of script-covered parchment like a young mother nursing her newborn child. All this for a document. For a singular document. Alright, don't don't put that in like a big old display case or something in your quarters, and just never let it leave that case.
As I promised before, my crew will be your eyes and ears across the entire expanse, Shireen. Just give them time. And of course, the assistant to official trade representative Jai Hidari is already rushing to Dargonis to deliver goods of rare and exquisite quality to you and your people, O mistress of many worlds. And once again, thank you, Shireen, from the bottom of my humble heart.
Jai's eyes shine playfully in the perpetual half-light of the bridge. And what is the extent of your gratitude? You're welcome, Jay, is what friends are for. Enjoy freedom, Jay. I see you have found it much to your taste. Lose this piece of paper, and I will not get you another. Throne be my witness. You presume too much, Hadar. We are not partners. Keep making yourself useful. And what is the extent of your gratitude?
I actually have something else for you, Shireen.
Jay Hadari's celebration. Jay smiles conspiratorially and leans forward, hot breath burning your ear. The cold trader shamelessly holds your gaze, ignoring the disapproving looks of the surrounding officers, and waits for your reply. Do not think the toy of me, Hadari. I demand recompense for my time and effort. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but if you are not opposed... Well, shall continue this away from prying eyes.
If it will bring peace to your heart, Shireen, then we most certainly shall.
Jay's cold, augmented hand slips into yours, and she leads you off the command bridge. I am go so quickly in the arms of your beloved. Seems the exalted one. Something, something, something. You didn't broadcast at that time, did you? Medea plus J. All right. Land. Oh. Oh, I think I saw that. I'm like, oh, something new. All right.
You are spoiling me with the splendor of your presence again, Shireen. Have you decided to treat your soul to the fruits of my eloquence? Or do you wish to discuss business with the newly appointed owner of a Mercatum Tabula Officiale?
Your smile shines brighter than any star you have seen. That's cute.
Oh,
Alright. Jay has proposed that the Rogue Trader and she celebrate her acquisition with her crew on Footfall. Social event in the company of cold traders could prove to be an exciting diversion. Oh, decrypt. Sure, we can do that. The sacred mechanism is awake and ready to receive your request, Lord Captain. Hand the Dargonis databank to the tech priest. Access the data from Dargonis. With reverent trepidation, the tech priest accepts the device from your hands and places it inside one of the drives, all the while honoring the machine and with modulating binaric prayer, the turbines within the cogitator stir into motion and the vid screen lights up. Input pack.com. Nom OS stab true stat.check. Init. Nom OS unpack epitaph status initiated dat reg 0924558847. The tech priest extracts the data slate from the cogitator and gives it to you. The machine spirit has revealed the contents of the encrypted data, and I hereby pass it to you. This is where I reach the limit of my authorization, but you now have the option to review the decrypted data personally. The databank decryption procedure has been completed without complication. The tech priest stopped short. The green lights of his visor fixed on the cogitator's vid screens flickered nervously. Strings of numerical code begin appearing with frightening speed. This time, the numbers are interspersed with words you can understand, and those words form legible sentences. Input, unpack.comp. Nom, OS, true. Epitaph brought her to the beginning. 8, 4, 5, 6, 9. Nom, OS, analysis / status initiated. 4, 2, 5, 7. Epitaph begot the incident, that which destroyed stat.check init and changed everything. The incident became the starting point. 5, 4, 2, 3, 6, 1. Input unpack comp. The incident breathed life and marked the beginning of all. It marked the beginning of Nomos. It created Nomos. Nomos. 54762356. The tech priest, now alarmed, is tapping the keys on the control panel. His Minheric prayer gives way to distressed whispering. Unacceptable deviation, violation of sacred protocols, possibility of tech heresy. Omniscience, shield us from all heresy. A few moments later, the vid screen darkens and flickers to life again. Input prompt nom os aug 52136. We shall figure out what the fuck is happening to her computer in a bit, because I just got called down for dinner. So, boop, I am back. I had mac and cheese and fried pork for dinner. Pretty good. Very good stuff. Get back to our malfunctioning computer. That is probably becoming sentient. I don't know. What was that just now? The imperfections of Vox transmission make the tech priest's voice sound even more worried. A catastrophic mistake, a heinous violation of the purity of the hallowed code. This mechanism is touched by heresy. It is branded and tainted by it. Now the machine spirit produces code as before, and yet, Lord Captain, heed my plea. All operations on this machine must be halted until the Engine Seer Prime has inspected it. Saw a word among the lines of code. Nomos. What does it mean? That is a mystery to me. If its mechanism truly is tainted, then could it be? The tech priest mechadendrite jitters anxiously over the control panel. If heresy truly has taken hold of this machine spirit and scorned the Omniscience's every tenet, then the spirit's madness could be such that it has chosen a name for itself. But that is nothing more than my hypothesis. Report this to Pascal. The tech priest bows guiltily, and his mechanical voice becomes hollow and dejected. My knowledge is insufficient to cleanse the code of this mechanism. I will inform the esteemed Engine Seer Prime of this disturbing development. Only he has the power to expel the heresy from this corrupted machine spirit. Thank you. Go.
The Omniscient knows all. Me?
Evil. Nope. Oh. Nani? Bridge Technomat. Are there two people here? Where's this Technomat? Is it down there? Okay.
Elan tak.
Okay. Nothing new. Maybe Heinrich.
You have my complete attention.
I like how you can just be like, get rid of these people for like several members of the crew.
Lord Captain.
Big this. Rumors, please. Never any rumors. Okay. Hell yeah. Alright. Now then. Enough bureaucracy. Let us go to the palace. Do I really need a party for this? Don't we just get, like, disbanded? Like, immediately? Alright. Yes, you immediately disband. Ah, pretty willow trees. All right. Let's see this man who has the audacity to make me wait. Bet he didn't expect me to make him wait. Think of observers in this world. Okay. Your ladyship? Clementia bows her head politely. For a chancellor to a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply. A parade doublet, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber and a gilded scabbard. Whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring to the Rosarian coat of arms indicates that she is of the highest social stratum. The governor is waiting on the periphery of the palace. Please let me know when you would like to see him. The sharp gaze, the impeccably straight back, the composure. For a moment, you feel like you're looking at a younger version of Abelard himself, not his heir. Judging by the scars on the exposed parts of her body, Clementia saw her fair share of combat prior to assuming the position of Chancellor. Let us see the governor. We already made him wait for a day and a half. Just as he made us wait. Clementia bows before leaving. I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study. 2 hours later. Medea von Valancius, 20th in her line, rogue trader, keeper of the sacred warrant, and ruler of the Cornus expanse from the Cranach system to the 100 Dreams crossroads. I bid you welcome. Ben Drivestem, governor of this great world. First and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It will be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valancius. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. The citizens of Dargonus and of the entire Protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. Theodora von Valankis deserves more than that. You declare a full year of mourning. There is no need. I am the new ruler of the Protectorate. Let my subjects rejoice at my arrival instead. We can really just be like, yo, fuck Theodora. No mourning. Yeah. I'm fine with that. Like, don't make it about me. You know, gotta at least acknowledge. I think 6 months of mourning is a bit too much, to be honest. But, like, you know. Royalty in that. Yeah. I will immediately give all necessary instructions, your ladyship. He casually presses a few buttons on the cogitator built into his gold bracer. Esteemed Medea, Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy, together. And let us carry on where she no longer can by leading the von Valankis Protectorate to even greater prosperity. Drysdale gives you a look of admiration. Seems that he is quite aware of your fame, and this opportunity to curry favor with such an eminent figure is one he does not wish to miss. Your illustrious glory made you famous far beyond the bounds of your home system. My illustrious glory. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. The game got very quiet all of a sudden. Some time ago, the astropaths of Dargonus flew into a rage, and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak, and the routes are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expect them to. Given that the vast majority of ships in the Dargonus Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the von Valankis dynasty and billions of its subjects is presently at risk. Made a ship from Dargonus not too long ago. The crew was transporting a strange artifact and went mad during its flight. This is a truly regrettable bit of news. What's more, leaving Dargonus has been forbidden for several cycles now. It seems the Rosarian family has once again failed in their primary responsibilities. He shoots Abelard a condescending look. We will investigate this at once, as well as the fact that the ship had to acquire a permit with the Administratum seal. Does your nephew still serve at the Administrative Palace? Ooh, they're trading barbs. They're trading barbs. The governor presses a number of buttons on the cogitator built into his bracer and looks up at you in surprise. I don't understand. The ship did indeed depart from orbit, but it did so, if you can believe it, on the Rogue Trader's authorization. That is why no one dared to impede its departure. Lord Captain, it would seem that Conrad somehow got his hands on a copy of your authorization, or perhaps even the original. A tool like that in the hands of a traitor does not bode well. Conrad Voigtveer, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face on Dargonus? The governor pensively strokes the rings glittering on his fingers. Lord Voigtveer visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering in the corridors has come from. I shall be frank with you, your ladyship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives ground for all manner of rumors and misinterpretations, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue traitor. However, Conrad Voigtveer was once a true born of the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. Subject all who have dared to make heretical remarks about the rogue trader to servitude in perpetuities. Machines aren't pro to dissidents. Goddamn. Publicly rip out the vocal cords and tongues of every slanderer and replace them with vox implants that sing the praises of rogue trader Medea von Valankis without interruption. I should think that will serve as a reminder of who rules this world. God damn. Heresy. Sheesh. Couldn't care less about what the people think of me. My subject's doubts are understandable. Too many things have changed in too short a span. I will prove myself worthy of my position. Why, my dear, your desire is most commendable, but please do not forget, a ruler should never bow to their attendants, or some might see it as a show of weakness. Is that some you? What exactly do the Dargonis nobility expect from me in light of the loss of routes and communication with other worlds? We are all troubled by the fate of the agri-world Janus that supplied Dargonis and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rabble to revolt. Furthermore, House Gaprak is perturbed by the loss of communication with the industrial world Kiava Gamma, which is in their charge. But if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention the most is the penal world, Vobos 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Such keen interest, such intriguing concern for Vobos 6 outpost. Does your house happen to own the extraction stations there? Drivestam's beady eyes widen in fear. Your ladyship, I beg of you, do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decisions in any way. You see, without Vobos 6, the manufactorums on your worlds will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange for new shipments. And in these troubling times, they run the risk of delays and other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the von Valancius dynasty. I've already been to Kiava Gamma. The industrial world was overtaken by a cult of chaos worshippers. Drivestam pauses, mulling over the gravity of your words. Such woeful tidings, your ladyship. I assume that House Gaprak is in for an official investigation. If I may remind you, they have particularly close ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus and serve as patrons of Kiava Gamma. Not to speak in the defense of criminals, your ladyship, but from where I stand, the outbreak of heresy on Kiava could hardly have been perpetrated by a noble family who stands to lose the majority of their wealth should the industrial world fall. We won't wait for the investigation. See to it that punitive measures are taken against House Gaprak. I doubt the Gapraks had anything to do with this incident. It's too early to draw any conclusions. We will wait for the results of the investigation. Investigation. Most reasonable, your ladyship. But what of the industrial world? Are we to expect trade to recommence? The production facilities of Kiava Gamma will serve humanity once more, rest assured. House Gaprak will be overjoyed to hear it. I thank you for dispelling the darkness around the fate of Kiava Gamma. I've already visited the agri-world Janus. Governor Vayat found herself facing a number of problems in my absence. Truly, the Vayat line is one of the oldest in the von Valancius protectorate. If the inheritor of such well-respected blood could not handle whatever had befallen her, then the situation must have been extraordinary indeed. Cursed Xenos took Vistenzia's life, but her death was avenged. Vistenzia succumbed to worshipping the ruinous powers and was executed. Vistenzia Vayat is no longer in charge of the world. She's dead. I have delivered Janus into more capable hands. Never you mind about that, Governor. Like, we could be honest. Or we can be, still honest. Like, this is still correct, but it doesn't go into why it's correct. Like, we can... So this one is obviously, like, the safe face for the Vayat family. And this is a polite way. I have delivered Janus to more capable hands. Or no, Succumb to ruinous powers. Execute. Drivestem pales in terror. It is clear from the unseemly grimace on his aristocratic countenance that his fear is not faint. Ruinous powers? Truly horrifying news. I commend your resolve and unwavering severity. Death to the enemies of humanity. That does it for the planets and the trade routes. What else? Xenos, your ladyship. I don't really know where to begin. He rubs the bridge of his nose warily. Otherworldly beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Cornus expanse. They have been a menace to the worlds this side of the Maw for decades, but now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no signs of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We are in the process of restoring the astropathic choir of Dargonus. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers, although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Scalander will keep his word and offer you his support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Vobos 6 has been of particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Now to issues on a smaller scale, there is a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession to the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprisings are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done with them? Eliminate the most prominent malcontents quietly, but do not threaten entire families. Hopefully these steps will be enough to keep the rest from causing any more trouble. I care not what those hyenas are yapping about behind my back. Leave them be. They're no threat to me. Make arrangements for public purges. All who have solely the Rogue Trader's name must meet their death on the executioner's block. Send disgruntled nobles lavish gifts on my behalf, and make sure that my generosity does not go unnoticed by the rest. So, assassination, just let them be. Fucking burn them. Bribe. An elegant solution, your ladyship. Other families will assume that your relationship with the Defiant Houses are more complicated than one might think, and the agitators will receive the message that they are being watched. And one last thing, your ladyship. Your inauguration as bearer of the Sacred Warrant is but a matter of time, and I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you are intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-standing friendship, of being represented on Dargonus by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be accorded to House Drivestem. Which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dargonus, the Drivestem family, which I lead, the Gaprack family, with long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Sourbacks, known for their piety and diligence in servants. Perhaps I should also mention the Viserians, who have some influence, but who are not actually of noble origin. Any one of those houses would be honored to represent you at the ceremony. Just don't fight too hard over the bone. Okay. So Gaprack will probably give us some favor with the Explorators. Sourback probably with the Drusians. What about you, Drivestem? What about you? No need to alter any traditions. The dynasty will be represented by House of Drivestem. I do like the Viserians so far. I never doubted your ladyship's decision. I can tell that the future holds a fruitful partnership for us, and prosperity for all Dargonas. I shall immediately relay all your orders, most gracious rogue trader. May the gold of the throne illuminate your path. Tell me about yourself and House Drivestem. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dargonas. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations as they cared for this world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governing bodies within the system subservient to you, and we are responsible for the protectorate's logistics and economic stability. As for me personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject of the Rogue Trader, and, to my great pleasure, I had the honor of calling myself Lady Theodora's close friend. At Urban's last words, Abelard lets out a sound that could be interpreted as sort of a snort or a cough. Urban gives him a look, which Abelard meets with an expression of utter nonchalance. When is the ceremony? I'm afraid that until you deal with pressing issues, the ceremony will have to be postponed. Many trade routes are still unavailable. The central worlds of the Von Valankis Protectorate are going through a crisis, and the warp disturbances, if void observers are to be believed, will prevent important guests from reaching the capital. That'll be all, I take it. Thank you for your time, your ladyship. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be with you. Forge a path to Vobos 6, or Vabos 6. Look the penal world of Vabos. Bibbidi bobbidi. Bibbidi bobbidi. Do that one. Alright. Very nice. On Dragonis, I will check the Secretary's reports. Keep it on logistics. Can't learn anything. Alright. Alright. Oh, it's like the little petitioner's thing. I hope I don't have to, like, leave the premises every time. Okay. Vabos 6. All right. Terrible news from Dargonis, Lord Captain. The subsidiary Hive City, Scipion 84-249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production has halted and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading the transport lines leading to neighboring hives. The surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What is your directive regarding the distribution of those refugees? What's the cause of the catastrophe? It is still unclear. The noble houses are throwing the blame at one another. Agents of the venerable Achilles Scalander, stationed on Scipion 84249, have died heroically while trying to save the population from this disaster. Their latest reports mention some vulnerabilities in the industrial sectors of the lower hive, but do not go into further detail. Additionally, all of your servants are currently busy with investigating the causes of the crisis, but are not doing anything to deal with its consequences. Signal the hives to open the gates. Not allow a single person to get lost in the wastelands. You gain Blood of Scipion. Gains +1 deflection and +3 crit chance. Refugees from the fallen hive toil without rest to prove that they deserve the honor of serving the Protectorate. These servants have now been tasked with maintaining the Rogue Trader's equipment in perfect condition, and they do so with painstaking care. Establish labor settlements on the ruins of Scipion 84249 and relocate the refugees there. They have much work ahead of them to restore their former home. Efficiency +1, Wastelanders. Decreases enemy critical damage by 15%. Ooh. These commoners think that I would be merciful to those who facilitated the hive's destruction and eliminate any who would try to enter the cities. Bane of Scipion. Grants the Rogue Trader and their allies +2 momentum for each human enemy killed in battle. Jeez. Jeez. +1 deflection, +3 hit chance. Let them into the hives. What say my advisors? The death of Achilles' agents troubles me. It may not be a coincidence. Until the causes of the disaster can be concretely established, I would avoid letting refugees into other hives. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend setting up prohibitive cordons where the refugees can be contained in the wastelands between the hives. The Emperor bids us to face the often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If the other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of this tragedy, then let the victims themselves teach those living in the hives a lesson in resilience and humility. I'm sure that the ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive out in the wastelands and establish a community of proud desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions will be a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness. This tragedy, a feat of spirit. The noble houses are trying to wash their hands of this. How predictable. And yet it is their duty to see to it that the planet meets its tithe obligations and brings glory and revenue to the treasury in your absence. Let the aristocrats take care of the refugees, and make sure they don't stop until every last refugee has some task to fulfill. Mind the noble houses of their duties. Okay. Like, these are the same things, but just without the, negative bonuses. Meanwhile, this one just stays the same. Then the ecclesiarchy would ignore the laments of the poor. Mind the noble houses of their duties, Abelard. Lady Clementia will ensure that your declarations will find their way into every ear and zealously embraced. 2 hours pass. The hives that have accepted the refugees are now overflowing with surplus labor. The refugees are willing to work twice as hard as the usual workers who are already exhausted by their everyday toils. Many refugees have entered the Rogue Trader's service and replenished her ship's crew. Nice. Dargonus' nobles took no pleasure in distributing the refugees. Some of them have found their way into the personal service of the nobles, thankful to receive a Nutribar and a mat, on which they can rest for 6 hours per cycle. Others could only attain the most grueling jobs in manufactorum and service stations. They may be oppressed, but they have survived a diaspora scattered across the hives of Dargonus. Alright. A new hive city will be established on top of the ruins of 249. Alright, all colonies, all that. Alright. Extasium for the new ability. Palace Estasiums will be constructed on top of the ruins of Scipion 249 for the aristocracy. The dead and the dying will fertilize the gardens that will ring these pleasure chambers. Nobility is perfection. +5 bonus to all of their skills. God, that's such a good bonus, though. But it's such an asshole thing to do. Emporium. The surviving spine of Scipion 84249 will be rebuilt into a space elevator. It will be capped by an emporium, accepting those ships that are too heavy on land to land on the surface. Route cost -2. What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Profit factor -1. We do get stats for all colonies, which is pretty good. Well, this gives us a bunch of resources. Profit factor 1. Oh, that minuses here. Now let's do restoration. Rebuild. Okay, genetic mercy. The genetic purges will be stopped. This world needs working hands. Decree of diligence. Issuing this decree will significantly tighten production quotas, dooming laggards to being processed into corpse starch, which will encourage the most diligent workers. Jesus. Doctrine of rationality. According to the new doctrine, the disenfranchised will be servitorized or disposed of through hazardous work. Sorted goods. Slaves will be secretly resold at the Pirates of the Cornus Expanse. Spalican auction. A Spalica mission is ready to run a secret auction on Dargonus with illegal lots, provided the Rogue Trader's dynasty guarantees its protection. Shield of the Emperor. More and more ships arrive into orbit around Dargonus. The agreement with the Navy allows the deployment of a permanent dock for void ships and repositories. Escort ship is escorted by an armed frigate. Ayo. Pirate's Bane, +5 crit chance against pirates. Filth of the Expanse. More and more ships arrive in orbit around Dargonus. The reduction of duties and the reining in of customs will allow the black market to flourish, able to compete directly with Footfall. Master Raider, +20% scrap for winning space battles. Profits for water. Oh no. Granting the right to unite into guilds will cause an explosive growth of industry, which will in turn lead to the dehydration of the planet's surface. Adeptus Arbites. The creation of fortresses of justice will establish the rule of law and establish reliable merchants and partners. The season of wars. Tacit consent to the Underhive's gangs wars will nurture new generations of servants for the Rogue Trader, both warriors and aristocrats. All allies gain +5 melee damage and plus 20% damage to their attacks of opportunity. So I wonder if like whichever one you choose like changes what the rank what these things are. Alright. Alrighty. So this is where Phobos is. Literally already forged a path. Profit factor 50. Karkala's honor. Lord Karkala, the leader of the Treble Rebellion, had his head struck clean with this noble blade. Despite his apostasy, even his enemies recognized the valor and nobility of Karkala, who was generously granted a noble death by beheading. +1 damage for character in the party. There's an additional area attack that affects all adjacent cells around the wielder. Onslaught. +1 damage per character in the party. And I can't get this one. Mechanized servants. +6 chemicals 3. Yes, +1 AP and immediately resets cooldowns on all attacks and attack abilities. At the start of the user's next turn, they gain +1 of staggered. From that. Efficiency is 3. Damn, that's most of my efficiency though. Weapon design was developed in the Calixtus sector and boasts firepower greatly superior to that of the more humble Starbreakers, which were designed as imperfect copies and manufactured only on minor industrial worlds. Only true enlightened artisans can reproduce such an exalted weapon. Armored prow. +4 to prow plating. The ram of the flagship causes internal fires. The number of fires depends on the size of the target. Efficiency -3. Okay. Invincible tech guards. Impeccable in their digital valves, will secure every Adeptus Mechanicus facility in the Protectorate. +10 tech use. In ship encounters, the Rogue Trader squad is supported by friendly combat servitors. Green power is so great that the augurs can pick up even the slightest vulnerabilities in enemy defenses. Okay. Hexaltation. At +2 efficiency or +2 security. We'll save. Or we make our decision. Affects the amount of resources produced by the colony, increasing it by that. Return. Negative events on its own. 5 efficiency, 0 efficiency, 5 efficiency. Triangle City. machines. We'll go for that. And you keep a portion of the things. And the Drusians are just fine with this. Could actually bring me where I need. Alright. Jay wants us to go. For footfall. Reports from different decks on the Von Valankus vessel report a terrifying sight. Okay, yeah, we've seen that one before. Profit factor 6. Okay. God, this one finished that so quickly. God damn. Well, we now have the profit factor. Now we just need adamantine. I know how many well extractor things I have. What would that be in? Oh, I have 13 of them. Jesus. Adamantine right there. Don't know how much. Probably like 1 or 2. That's usually the trend. Adamantine there. Adamantine there. Lots of plasteel. We're actually starting to run a bit low on plasteel. Okay. Alright. Ship's augers registered an emission of unknown radiation in one of the chambers. As a result, some of the voidsmen now have glowing irises, which has proven to be quite beneficial in the performance of their duties. Vessel's confessors are in doubt and suggest it may be an outward sign of corruption. Were answered. Those bearing the most luminous irises dropped dead upon hearing the hymn of the God Emperor, while the rest were struck with spirit sickness. A new stage of development. Your Ladyship, Janus is reporting about a disaster. Ghostly Xenos figures that appear at dusk and go away at dawn. In a ravenous swarm, they attack one agricultural facility each night, freezing everything they touch. The attacks take place in the complexes closest to the uncontrolled sector of the planet, where nature itself has turned against us. What do we know about these wraiths? Not much. They are incorporeal and difficult to discern, but they happen to have Aldari features. The spirits draw the warmth out of humans, plants, and inanimate objects, but it seems they do not hunt consciously, but rather they simply do not notice anything in their way. At dawn, they dissolve into mist. The wraiths also differ among themselves. Some are as dark as the void, and others shine like the stars in the night sky. What is spawning these wraiths? Is it the corrupted sector? It is likely. They gather at its borders at the break of dawn and whirl in a wild dance, howling and destroying all living things, then disperse into thousands of fading flashes. The agricultural facilities that happen to be in the way of their dance fall into disrepair. Something's not right. The wraiths appear on the planet's outskirts and rush toward the heart of the contaminated region instead of invading from within it. Furthermore, their differences may suggest that there are two groups of wraiths opposing each other. Aldari and Drukari. Here on the planet's outskirts and rush toward the heart of the contaminated region instead of invading from within it. So they're going outward instead of in. We will get by with our usual methods by fire and sword. What think my advisors? When dealing with Xenos, one should be prepared for the manifestation of all sorts of ominous mysteries. There is a whole cast of specialists among the cold traders who can whisper at Xeno artifacts to expel the spirits residing within. Perhaps we should ask them. After some of the events that had taken place on the ship, I got interested in ghosts. While on footfall, I bought a book, an illegal one, of course, that describes a so-called ritual of silence. It is said to be able to pacify violent spirits on the scale of an entire world, but I cannot vouch for the safety of this ritual. Instead of relying on the wicked ways to solve these problems, it would be better to turn to our good priests. There are skilled exorcists in the ecclesiarchy who know how to drive out dark spirits. Okay, Spirit Drape. What this? The wearer's non-attack psychic powers cost 1 AP less during the wearer's first turn in combat. Okay. Ensure the enactment of the Ritual of Silence. Strange Shard. Grants 10 lore warp and 15 lore Xenos. Argenta. Mysterious silver. Whenever the warrior uses a major psychic power, they gain 10 plus 2 times willpower bonus to all psychic power damage until the end of their next turn. Profit factor -1. Not for the safety of this ritual. Why is Irlet not giving us advice here, huh? Like, what's up with that? Seems like the perfect opportunity for Irlet to be like, ah, yes, I know what is happening, or I don't know what the fuck is happening. This is weird. Let's get... do this. Of course, Shireen. Jay Hadari has friends all over the place. A group of suspicious characters covered in talismans has arrived on Janus. After seeing the dance of ghosts firsthand, they conferred, and then made a short trip into the jungle. They later returned, their numbers diminished, loaded with an ancient Eldari, with the ancient Eldari obelisk stolen from the ruins. Locals have called the obelisk installed in the agro complexes a blessed miracle. The energy resonance of the obelisk has formed intangible domes, providing shelter against the wraiths. Oh. Forest fortresses. Now what? Now we got nothing else? A cure for sloth. +1 efficiency for all colonies. Like, I'm not sure I want that. You know? Oh! Lord Captain, after the decompression of Lady Theodora's secret workshop on Kiava Gamma, an epidemic of mysterious tech leprosy has broken out. Augments mutate into distorted forms, killing their hosts and the machines. Even entire assembly halls break apart into fragments that devour each other, melding into grotesque and insane forms. The Omega-18 Manufactorum, the epicenter of the epidemic, is cordoned off, but the disease will burst out of there sooner or later. What is known about the signets? We have not faced anything like this before. The plague only affects mechanisms, forcing them to transform and lose all functionality. Nobody knows the nature of this disease and how it found its way into Lady Theodora's secret workshop. It is possible that some secret research was being carried out there. Launch an atomic strike on the center of the epidemic and incinerate the plague. Refugees from the Lost Manufactorum. The tech priests who survived the tech leprosy outbreak have proven their worth and thus earned the right to serve aboard the Rogue Trader ship, +1 to all void shield sectors. Pretty good. Send tech purgator squads into the center of the epidemic. Healer of metal. Enemies suffer -5 to their armor penetration. The Omnissiah's favor is with the vanquisher of the tech leprosy epidemic. Alright. Create an exclusion zone around the Manufactorum. We have to research this plague and find a cure for it. Vessel of tech leprosy. Deals 50 to 100 shock damage with 30% arm penetration. Also inflicts +2 stacks of perplexed until the end of combat. At the start of each of the target's turns, it gains an additional +1 stack of perplexed. What does perplexed do? Each stack inflicts a -10 penalty to any ballistic skill, weapon skill, intelligence, or perception check. The effect will be removed at the end of combat. If gained outside of combat, visit the void ship to remove. Advisors? Eradicating the infection is our highest priority, but to completely eradicate the Manufactorum epicenter would mean inflicting serious damage to our resource supply. This unit, I can propose another method of purging. However, the sacraments of the Omnissiah that are available to me cannot be revealed to the laity. I ask that you place your trust in me. Shireen, do not be so hasty with this purge. This phenomenon may be of interest to other specialists. There are many who do not agree that all knowledge belongs solely to cogs. What appears to be a plague could hold amazing possibilities. If we could isolate the Manufactorum and let these inquisitive minds inside, they would happily compensate us for the loss of production capacity. I have suppressed 18 different epidemics aboard the flagship, and our officers have experience in setting up quarantines. We will send them to Kiava Gamma to lead the tech purgator squads. They will not return from the epicenter until the infection is eradicated and the preventive exclusion zone is taken down. Why can't I get this one? Oh, I guess it was supposed to be made invisible. Did you wish, Pascal? You have my permission. Refugees. +20 to all that. Dealer of metal. What was this again? -5 to their armor penetration. Do what you wish, Pascal. You have my permission. Your request is accepted. I shall withdraw to perform the sacrament. The tech priests, armed with a mysterious device they assembled on the instructions of Pascal, have gone into the bowels of the Manufactorum. What happened there is unknown. Reports speak of a blue and green flash that illuminated the Manufactorum, and the epidemic subsided overnight. The distorted mechanisms have been honorably melted down, and so were the bodies of the dead tech priests who carry the machine of the Magos Hanuman, as well as the burnt remains of the machine itself. Magos Pascal had refused to comment on his chosen method of purging, calling it a revelation of the Omnissiah that he himself could not comprehend before the device was given over. Many of the tech priests who had once maintained this Manufactorum were left without a function and transferred to serve aboard the Rogue Trader's ship. Flawless servitors. Armored Rage. Offense Factor 2. Armored Prow. Give me that. Restoration complete. Okay. Shield of the Emperor. Warwits. Profits for water. Genetic purges will be stopped. The world needs working hands. Doctrine of rationality. According to the new doctrine, the disenfranchised will be servitorized or disposed of through hazardous work. I don't want either of those, I'll be honest. Yeah, I don't really want either of those. Okay. Adamantine. Also getting pretty low on that. Eight. At place. Alright. Last chance of Cyrene. Wish I knew how much I would get from these. Bueno. Lord Captain, urgent report. We have received an astropathic message from Regent Aranto Orselio. The navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassia, who disappeared from Yurok 5. The Regent is requesting an update on her current status, and he has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and to arrange the return of Lady Navigator to her house. The psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern, but it also contains something that the astropaths have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, I feel it is necessary to tell House Orselio the truth. Otherwise, a conflict with the Navis Nobilite is possible, which, given the current state of the Cornus Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. How did House Orselio even learn that I have Cassia? I wish I knew, Lord Captain. It is troubling indeed. Perhaps we have a spy on board, or Regent Toronto is bluffing. In either case, I believe we should respond. Navigators are extremely powerful and useful allies to have. Yeah, no, tell House Orselio that Cassia is safe, and that the Rogue Trader would be honored to meet in person. I'll see to it, Lord Captain. The astropaths will transmit your consent. Representatives of House Orselio will be waiting for you on the capital world Dargonus. Receiving members of the Navis Nobilite is always a delicate matter. Please make sure to discuss the details of this meeting with your Chancellor upon arrival. Okay, I was about to say, anything else happen? Does not seem like it. Alright. Adamantine. Duplas steel there? No thanks. Shrine worlds are treasures of the Imperium, spiritual gems shining in the darkness. In the darkness. Oh, God. Don't got that rap. Energy can be directed towards colonization and conquest of new worlds. As commanded by St. Drusus, the construction of pilgrims' arcs will require enormous resources, but wealth is nothing but a true believer. Nothing to a true believer. An ocean's worth of thrones and bribes to greedy ecclesiarch officials, as well as mountains of extremely rare materials to erect cathedrals worthy of statues. However, succeeding will give House von Valenka prestige and the honor of that Order of the Hammer's eternal gratitude. Make it a shrine world. Genetic mercy. No longer purging the mutants, I think, is what that means. Damn, our population went up. This degree will significantly tighten production quotas, dooming laggards to being processed into corpse starch, which will encourage the most diligent workers. Derivatized. Your stats. Lankius restoration. Decisive actions inspire confidence in her subjects. Oh. Oh. That's nice. Okay. Just give +1, +1, plus. Oh, nice. Sick. Alright. That will either be going that route. Escort ship sounds nice. Or by pirate frigate. Okay, so it's a matter of whether we get a Imperial frigate or a pirate one. Pirate's Bane, +5 crit chance against pirates. 100% scrap for winning space, but that honestly sounds better, though. But Navy rep, which I don't know how to get. Buddy under Hive leader. Well, allies gain +5 melee damage and +20. Visions 3. Significantly tightened production quotas, dooming laggards to being processed in corpse starch. Encourage the most diligent service. Corpse starch. Oh no. The provisions are people. Doctrine of rationality. Like, just be logical, guys. They're purposeless pastimes. Their bodies burnt out and withered, they will simply be replaced by a new worker. I don't like that. Okay. Got that. Kranak. Got rings. I could see what stuff was there. The clan servicing the cooling systems have reported an incident of sorcery. The shadows in the cabins and corridors are coming to life. The Voidsmen say they see something, strange writhing things lurk in nooks and crannies at the edge of their vision. If they look away, things spread over the room, gnawing on everything. Order that the monsters be banished with faith and prayer. The Ecclesiarchy mission on board the void ship held sermons in every corner of the haunted chamber. The many voiced chants and holy rituals manifested their power, and the demons skulking in the cracks vanished without a trace. The crew was cheered, and they praised the God Emperor for his protection. Nice. Emergency aboard the void ship. Unimaginable beasts of unnatural hues. Deal with them ourselves. Okay. Abelard, my seneschal. Garcia. There we go. All right. Take them out. Take out these demons. Oh.
What a glorious storm this battle will be.
Okay. Get you up there. Get you up there. Alright. I don't mind not being in it. Fine.
A genius at work.
All right. Oh, come on. Really? Rip. dodged?
He just was rolling.
No idea what the fuck their attacks are doing.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath me. If I must.
Alright. There's one of them. Alright, what the fuck are these things? Twisting Path, Resolve -2. -5, that.
Faith without deed.
My little, like, scarab boy is there.
If I may.
Yeah. Let's see him.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Okay. Really? Can't just extend that by one more? Need them to attack each other. Nope.
For the throne's glory.
Cool. Okay, now pink ones turned into little blue ones. Got it.
Let's see to it.
Now I know. I always forget to do that first. outside of range, huh?
Let's see. What is?
Damn. One damage. I like how they just fucking somersault away. Just like, what the heck is happening?
If it serves your cause.
Noise.
I'll do it.
Genta, please.
Another foe painted black.
Very nice. Oh, shit. Not what I meant to do. Big ol' oof. Alright, fucking get him.
Pain is but an illusion.
Oh, she can't actually do that.
Doubt is for the weak.
She can't. Rat.
I'll do it.
Alright.
A wicked thought.
Okay. 2 damage. Nice. Nice. That's nice. Like how he somersaulted his way in. Oh god. I just noticed that this.
favors the swift.
She's like in the one spot that doesn't have any of this.
I will
Yeah,
bathe
tank
this
that.
battlefield in righteous
Nice.
fury. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Didn't move.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Go. Be able to.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Aw, 3 HP, really?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'm done with this one. For the throne's glory.
Yeah? Oh god, it's not letting me attack it.
I'm not interested.
It like split off into a weird. Hey, there we go. Now he's out.
An unworthy soul.
But now there's like noxious gas. You're safe where you are.
Do not dare ask.
How dare you?
Let's see to it.
Be gone.
Most of it disappeared, but not all of it.
Vengeance will be swift.
My reckoning will be swift.
Get the fuck out of here. adamantine. Chromium, Unrelentless. That requires full. An incredible find has been made on Foulstone, Lord Captain. A lost volume of St. Keith's Lost Diary has been found during the restoration of his crypt. According to his records, the members of the Order of the Hammer were able to find the crypto ark containing the relic of St. Cognatius, the Crucible. Keith's writings on it are vague. It is called the Sculptor and Transformer, granting life and grace. Explorators have sent a delegation claiming the treasure. The heated dispute has been going on for many days. What's the meaning of this dispute? The tech priests claim that the privilege of the Adeptus Mechanicus obliged the Order of the Hammer to hand any sacred archaeotech over to them. Allegedly, the Crucible should be considered not as the personal belonging of the saint, but rather as a temporary possession entrusted into his care. The Order of the Hammer rejects this thesis, insisting that the right to care for these sacred objects belongs to the Ecclesiarchy's cults, and since Cognatius was canonized, then the Crucible should be regarded as a blessed relic, not archaeotech. How fierce are the deliberations? Wait, the discussions have been happening now for more than 8 cycles without interruption. Both sides have provided more than 100 legal experts and have put forward around 4,000 theses, arguments, and testimonies. The Special Administratum Commission, comprised of 200 armed clerks, he says, has arrived to pass a verdict and enforce the law. This is probably the largest religious dispute in the Expanse's history. Pastor Tychon is advocating for the doctrine of co-protection, and the Explorators' intransigence grows ever weaker. Perhaps they will agree on a compromise. Alright. If the Explorators can prove that the Crucible is an archaeotech mechanism and not a relic, then they can be its curators. Nope. The Order should make a list of the documented miracles connected to the Crucible and defend their case. If they all need the Crucible so badly, then they should agree to alternate service to it. What say my companions? It is likely that the research contained in the ancient treatises and archival repositories of the Adeptus Mechanicus will provide factual information on similar precedent. I can spare some of my computing power to find such a case and provide my brothers and sisters with the information that is necessary to win this dispute. I believe that the chronicles of the Emilinian Conclave describe mystical miracles witnessed by zealots while praying at an ancient banner of St. Capius. Should the Crucible perform a similar miracle, then no doubts will remain that it is indeed a holy relic and not the property of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Shireen, do you know the best motivation to make your enemies ripe for the compromise? The danger of losing any sort of benefit. It is within your power to take the Crucible for yourself under the privilege of your warrant if you so desire. Why do you not imply such a possibility to the parties involved? Tech Litany Collection. This complete collection of the tech litanies is a token of gratitude from the Explorators to the Rogue Trader for giving them the right to take charge of the Crucible on Foulstone. The ship's tech priests dutifully recite these litanies over the ship's weapons. All void ship weapons, except torpedoes, gain plus 3% crit chance, plus 3% critical damage. Okay. Cassius brought up an interesting idea. Let a convincing miracle happen that would prove that the crucible is a true relic. St. Cognatius's scriptures. Plus 20 lore imperium. The wearer gains plus lore imperium divided by 10% armor and deals crit damage to Xenos and demons. Also, they can reroll a failed test once per test. Okay. Jay is right. Make it clear that to all those involved that if they will not come to a consensus, then I will take the crucible for myself. The hammer and the cog. Medikits always heal 3 times Rogue Trader's Iconoclast rank more wounds. By humbling the monks and the tech priests, the Rogue Trader has gained a reputation as a great mediator. Kind of like that one. Kind of like that one. Hammer and the cog. And what was this one? Yeah, we'll go with this. Jai is right. Make it clear to all those involved that if they will not come to a consensus, then I will take the crucible for myself. And plus, it gives an iconoclast-based thing. THC. That's, okay. Let's see how long it takes for them to come to a consensus now. As soon as news of the Rogue Trader's bellicose stance on the Crucible reached the ears of the disputing sides, they unanimously decided to start looking for a compromise. Unanimous. It only took them several cycles to reach an agreement on their collective maintenance of the Crucible. In the process of forming their alliance, the monks and the tech priests have discovered a surprising similarity between them. Both of them hold strong convictions and devotion to their relics, and thus both sides found the strength to see one another as true like-minded supporters, not mere reluctant allies. Research into the Crucible has identified it as a device for surface terraforming. Fueled by the geothermal energy of the planet, it could turn a wasteland into a blooming garden. However, a way to launch it has yet to be found. Cool. Now they're happy. And they like each other now. That's cool. Okay. Lord Captain, strange anomaly has been detected on Kiavakama, as usual. A series of orders, defined as Procedure 0C, forced itself into the production algorithms. Servants of the Omnissiah define its execution status as most sacred, and therefore follow its instructions impeccably. In just one cycle, cameras were erected in all of the manufactorums connected by the computing channels of the agitators, or of the cogitators, rather. They make a pattern similar to those applied to the digital cells of the machine spirits. The 0C procedure commands Magi with an above-average psi receptivity index to enter the cells. Those tech priests who took their seats in the cells fall into a blissful data dream, where they listen to the binaric hymns very similar to those that periodically whirred from the warp vox of Cubus Delphim. The performance of the manufactorums has dropped. Many of the machine god's servants have abandoned their posts and are pleading for the privilege of fulfilling Procedure 0C, but the enforcers have taken custody of the cells and warded these volunteers away from them. What do we know about this procedure? Could it be part of Delphim's legacy? We cannot trace the source of the signal that activated it or figure out what it means. The tech priests oppose the idea of researching the procedure, as it violates the sacrament. Supposedly, the minds of the Magos immersed in the cells are involved in some grand-scale computation. Servants of the Omnissiah have tested the cogitational network 7 times of purifying algorithms of varying degrees of severity, proclaiming it clean. Run. Procedure 0C. Armor of refraction. A heavy armor. 55%. This carapace grants the wearer +1 deflection, 10% armor if the wearer has moved during their turn. Base armor property +2 deflection against human enemies. Research of this procedure. We have to know what we are dealing with. Secrets of ancient cyberspace. All allies gain plus logic divided by 15 more energy and machine damage. Take all the magos out of their cell and destroy them immediately. All allies gain plus 10% more damage to part machine, and Necron creatures. There's Necrons in this game. Even the Omnissiah's metal spirits do not dare to force their will upon the Rogue Trader. These things need to be filled with high size sensitivity tech priests? Okay, but why use our servants? Look in the remote stations and outposts for those who were banished into the wilderness as unfit, and there you shall find 3 times as many more suitable candidates than in your manufactorums. Cyrus activity rarely goes hand in hand with high rationality, and such tech priests often end their careers in the wilderness. Are they singing? It is surprising that your race was able to achieve such a harmonious form of interaction with man-made tools. My kinsmen also use psychoacoustic harmonicas to guide our creations. I'm not a bone singer myself, but I might be able to tell your servants of certain principles regarding how the universe sounds. I find this sacrilegious suggestion to be in breach with the Data Unity Protocol. A signal seemingly from nowhere that has the highest execution priority. A perfect weapon for capturing the planet. It should be anathematized. Anathematized. And I am ready to summon a cadre of competent tech sources from the Inquisition. Dear is right. Find tech priests to fulfill the procedure among the unworthy tech priests in the minor stations of the Expanse. Here, let's share the wisdom of your kinsmen with my people. Ooh. Machine taming. All allies gain plus 10 lore Xenos and plus lore Xenos divided by 5 dodge reduction against Xenos. -1 security, though. Research this procedure. Okay. I will be grateful to the Inquisition for the help with eliminating the procedure. Okay, but that got rid of the minus penalty that it had. We could get that and this. Iradet, share the wisdom of your kinsmen with my people. We will see if the Monkai are capable of learning from the civilized. Your servants have started their interrogation, seeking to determine the nature and purpose of the mysterious procedure. They have encountered ancient creations of data smithing impossible in the current times and have been filled with great awe. They could not fathom the wisdom of the digital archaeotech. The blasphemous research of Xenos knowledge, undertaken as part of the interrogation, has led to a series of heretical acts of creation. The weakened minds of the Magos sought to apply the secrets of the Aldari to their research. The culprits were servitorized, and the results of their work placed in a protected, forbidden directory. Forbidden to all except for me. Might be forbidden to me, I don't know. Alright, you have no more things we can add. Fish on Charles. I don't know if I want to go pirate or navy. The warp jump was a success, but the Voxmaster reported the following incident. Beautiful blossoming vines had covered the deck and bulkheads in loading bay 6. 2 workers had bent down to take a better look at the flowers, and the vines had devoured their faces before strangling them. The bay was then sealed and purged. Another day traveling through the warp. Did I never go here? Not explored? How? It's the Forge World, Euphrates 2. It belongs to the... Okay. That's why that was. Disaster. Bizarre warp sorcery has linked a demon, one that has breached the Geller field, to one of the Voidsmen from the Macro Cannon crew. A former faithful servant of the Emperor has now become a heretic preacher, gathering a flock of those bewitched by the archenemy. This madness must be brought to an end. Sure. Take him out myself. It's always the Macro Cannon chamber. Always. Big stretchy. Alright. Poultice of corn. Is there gonna be one up here again? No? Doomed Fire Razor. Mutant Psyker.
Let us seize the moment.
Psyker. Alright, we fucking sniped that Psyker. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Shit. Very nice.
Schemes within schemes.
That one. And get this one. Ah, shit.
I understand your intent.
Okay. Go, Abelard.
Victory is imminent.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
At your beck and call.
Right.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Very nice. Nani?
I am not your Xenos pet mortal.
Alright.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Come on over this way, everybody. I didn't even know those guys were back there. There's a loud ass noise too. Got a flamer.
I serve the ruinous power. Your end is near.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. My vow is to serve.
That was dessert. Bonk him.
Vital function successfully terminated.
High momentum.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
Aww.
My emperor!
Good shit.
As the emperor commands.
Kill your own bloodletters.
It will be done. I will do my duty.
Don't revel in the slaughter. Target's too far, huh? The fuck was that explosion? Alright. More cultists of corn taken out.
One step at
No
a
more
time.
corn for the corn god.
Amidst the madness.
Everything just decided to explode as I left, I guess. Two. Wave. Okay. The engine decks were transformed into exotic gardens. Several chambers sprouted foliage vaguely resembling the plants on Terra, although they exhibited a glass-like surface polish to a mirror sheen. While reflections in the plants perfectly copied the surrounding objects, they did not show a single living being. Those who peered into them saw grotesque blood-covered creatures instead, not unlike bloated abyssal fish with a pair of clawed limbs, sometimes more. Unable to destroy the sinister growth, the voidsmen covered it with plasteel hoods until leaving the immaterial, finally ridding the vessel of the corruption. By the Emperor's grace, no peril as the war prevented the vessel from returning to real space. This is just straight up done. That has like sloth one, but I'm not sure I have that. Let us go to football. Whee. That like to the Imperium thing. Hello. Catalog, please. Yo. We got some shit? Provides, what's this? 100 per each sector. Amount is doubled against enemy blast attacks. Enemy blast attacks. That'd be 140. And then 95. Oh, this is just a better version of what I currently have. Compound. Okay. Scrap box. Scrap times 7. Cool. That's what I have. 4 shots dealing 14. Oh, that reminds me. Or do that. Management. I have this now. We got this now. How much scrap do we have? 100. All right. Repulsor shield. 8% against kinetic. Okay. Getting it 7 points of damage on port and server. And 3 on 4 and aft. Okay. Alright. This. That. 3 shots dealing 21. Okay, and then this is that. Okay. 120 for each sector. 95 for each sector. 95 times 2. 90? Or 90 against blast attacks. What are blast attacks? Plasma. Oh shit. Adamantine void ship plating. Yo. Yo. Keep like one of each of those. Now we're at 5. Alright. With strong acceleration and braking. F2A. Alright. Assault ceramite void ship plating. We're getting 9 points of on the 4 and 5 on all other sides. That's pretty good. Sunhammer lance. And a wide firing arc. 2 torpedoes. Okay, yeah. Like, I don't think we're really gonna find. Okay, so this. Gib. That's pretty good. Ugh, 2 more and we can start getting some good shit. Architect macro batteries. Let's see. Short range, 4 shots, 21 damage. 5 multi charges, 27 damage. Ugh. Ah. I feel like I second one of those. Ultimo Array. 90% hit chance, 20% crit chance. Ayo. Saturnine pattern class 5 engine, 13 with strong acceleration braking. Still don't really know like what acceleration braking looks like. $12 points of damage on port and starboard, and 5 on fore and aft. Void Sunder. Yeah. 91 of 105 damage. Medium range. Aspects multi-band. 98% hit chance, 5% crit chance. Scrap container with 100 scrap, 4 of them. Okay, triple void shield array, 190. Really good. Class 4.5 drive. And that's really good too. Alright. Alright. Okay, so that's what these numbers are. An overall improvement. Cargo. Like more drawn in, you know? Right. Footfall. For our little party. Jareen, if you find a spare minute on Footfall when you are not deciding our lackluster fates, I would be delighted to see you at my America in the Amasakis. I'll tell Akti to set aside some decent wine in case you decide to grace our humble party with your luminous presence. America, is that some kind of celebration? It is an occasion celebrated on my world, Efreet. It is a day when a person shows by their actions that they have reached maturity, that their spirit is ennobled. Among the Efreetian nobilities, this day is considered more important than other symbolic events, such as the first cry or the first day of repose. And by a wonderful coincidence, my Amarikara happens to fall on the day when I also wish to celebrate my acquisition of the Mercatum Tabula Officiale. What kind of people will be at this party? Smugglers and thieves? Only my nearest and dearest are invited. People whose visage makes my heart sing, my eyes glisten, and my lips bloom with praises for the exalted one. That's not to say that you won't encounter thieves or smugglers among them. They make up the majority, in fact. It would be my pleasure to attend your party. The lowly regulars of the Amasekis will be telling their great-grandchildren about the times they had the honor of witnessing your dazzling visit to that unworthy dive, Shireen. That is, of course, if they live long enough to see their great-grandchildren. Oh, I can't even bring her. She's just gone. Adeptus Emisecus. Alright. Go to this party where I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Hey, we're here.
Patience! Oh, my nerves are frayed. In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Glad to see you. There truly was a cache hidden in the old bridge. Sadly, it had been plundered already. It was to be expected. The puzzle is several centuries old, and the locals are quite adept at gutting, dismantling, and breaking anything that catches their eye. The very fact that the cache ever existed gives me hope. It means that there could be others. Found a hidden nook inside the lantern. It had clues to the whereabouts of other caches. That is incredible news. This is the first inspiring thing that has happened to me since the day I came to football. Please, do not stop searching. I'm dying to know what this puzzle from the days of the station's youth is about. From the final cache in the chain, it had a message from Parsimus Dwayne. It was the creator of football himself who devised this series of riddles. A message from Dwayne himself. His eyes light up. The great dreamer and visionary, I should have guessed. Dwayne was passionate about his designs. It's no wonder he personally oversaw the creation of the booklet that described it and even included a puzzle for the keen-minded. It's as if he spoke to me through the ages back then just to lead me here. I feel I've been granted an honor. He takes a deep breath. I'm sorry. I should be thanking you first and foremost for listening to me and then solving the puzzle and then finding the time to tell me. Now I finally feel like it hasn't all been for nothing. I have an offer for you. Now that the puzzle from the booklet has been solved, how would you like to become my resident expert on all matters architectural? You could see dozens of worlds traveling aboard my ship. Such good fortune is beyond even my wildest dreams, exclaimed Gordy, practically bouncing in his seat. I would be delighted to serve you in the interests of your dynasty. I believe I could offer you sound advice if you decided to build a cathedral or something even more impressive, and I'll see to it that the Imperium architecture of the Cornus Expanse, Imperium architecture of the Cornus Expanse that I'll be fortunate enough to witness is all well documented. I'll head to your ship at once. Thank you. Cool. Got a new retainer. J, Core, Tora. Wait, wasn't Core killed? I could have swore one of her band was killed. Yes, I'm here. It is, how you doing? I had a quest item or something in one of those. I don't want to give him too much. You can have these heretic items, so I don't want those on me. Bad for business, you know? And reputation. don't even know if that got things up. Pyromancy, we don't got that. Oh, that's so close. Apex Predator's gloves. Oh, that's a long description. When the wearer kills a target marked as prey, they gain a stackable bonus until the end of combat. The bonus depends on the enemy difficulty tier, the Roman numeral on the enemy's icon, and is equal to the highest difficulty. Plus 25% of the maximum wounds is temporary wounds. Okay. Plus 10 times critical damage. Okay. Both of the above. Frank Walker Pendant. The wearer can move without provoking attacks of opportunity as long as they have less than 50% wounds. Or but chainmail. And parry. Reduction 5 armor penetration from melee attack. Daughters. Grimoire of the Void. Oh, Dari, huh?
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Always so sinister. Quick save. Okay. You easily spot Jai in the group crowded around the table. The extravagant luxury of her attire and her gleaming augment set her apart from the rest. Seeing you, she exclaims, "May the gravitational wells on your worlds never lack for grip, just as my heart never lacks for joy at the sight of Rogue Trader Von Valankius." With an approving chuckle, Octaviana mutters, "I can't believe you actually roped the Rogue Trader into coming to your party. If the Rogue Trader raises a toast to your health, I'll start to believe you really are a princess and not just a smuggler with the gift of the gab. Please, take a seat, your ladyship." Observe the assembled group. Jai's friends look exactly as you would expect. Like hardened operators of the cold trade, arrayed in the forbidding but glitzy style common to those who like to skirt the limits of the law. One pair in particular catches your eyes. A young man and woman, twins, it seems, identical yet distinct from each other. The man has a lively face and a crazed look in his eyes, while the woman is cold and calm and seems slightly drowsy. Girl, same. Octaviana readily tops up the glasses on the table, playing the role of a consummate host, but you notice that her and Jai's chairs are drawn slightly closer together than usual for a pair who seem connected only by superficial acquaintance. How's the party going? We have been laughing and celebrating life, Shireen, as true friends do. But until your arrival, we were but stars in a moonless sky, merely heralding your coming. Now we are happy. I'll accept your offer. Octaviana draws out a bottle from under the table. The glass is as thick as your finger, and it is covered in wax seals. No exaggeration, this is the finest Amasak that has ever graced this bar. Jay personally acquired it, as she says, for a special occasion. Seems that you are the special occasion, your ladyship. The crowd around the table falls silent, exchanging awkward looks. It would appear they are unaccustomed to drinking in the presence of lofty individuals such as yourselves. Let us drink to the lady of the hour, Jay Hadari. What's up, dude? Howdy, how you doing? What's up? Welcome in, sheep. We're having a party. We made our friend an official merchant. Now they're celebrating in a dive bar, like merchants do. The lady of the hour. The assembled group bursts into approving cheers, and the bar fills with the sound of clinking glasses. And we only had to wait about a day and a half to get the paperwork done, to make her a merchant. of just standing in line. Or, well, we were sitting in line and kind of, by all means, party on, yeah. We were sitting in line, and then we decided, you know what? This is going at, like, a one person gets to see the bureaucratic clerks, like, a day. So, like, let's just solve some of the problems of the people waiting in line so that we can get closer to the till. And then we waited for a day and a half in line. Slept there. The assembled group burst into approving cheers, and the bar fills with the sound of clinking glasses. The amasec tastes exorbitantly expensive, sweeping you into a kaleidoscope of flavors. Tart floral bitterness, honeyed sweetness, and then other far more refined sensations that are nameless, owing to the small number who can afford to experience them. Bravo, Akti. This amasec will do me very well. Very well indeed. Jay's self-satisfied reply elicits general laughter, and the tension at the table seems to loosen slightly. Maybe you and Jay are friends? Did you shoot in the crowd? There was an option to do that. I did not take it. Not joking about that. There was an option. No, me neither. I may be an iconoclast, but not that much of an iconoclast. Viviana, you and Jay are friends. Viviana offers you an arch smile. Friends? She's my worst enemy. The vengeful spirit of retribution sent to punish me for my useful transgressions. Mistress Haydari has a special gift for knocking me off balance and dragging me into difficulty. I would have barred her from the Amasecus long ago if it weren't for her habit of tossing money around like confetti, and of paying triple for anything else, for anything she breaks. Do you see, Sterine? Do you see the petty, miserly, callous, unforgiving friends the Exalted One has sent me? These are your associates. The precious roses in the garden of my soul, and the golden little bees that bring honeyed riches to my treasure houses. Yes, this is my crew of cold traders. The two identical ones are the trickster twins, my closest associates, Kor, our resident hothead, and his much wiser sister, Tora. Inconsistency warning. We had an event where I want to say Kor's head was sent to us. So who the fuck is this? Don't let her fool you, your ladyship. She's only calling us me a precious rose 'cause you're here. When it's just us, I'm lucky if I get that arsehole with a gun. Court chuckles good-naturedly. I'm on to you, Core. I don't remember having that event. Like, yeah, it was a bunch of like pirates or some shit that just like sent a package to us that was his head, and we're like, such and such sends their regards or some shit. Funny that he had it, now he's here. Yep. I'm pretty sure it was Core, at least. Maybe it was another just like random nameless goon, but I swear it was Core. Tora, because you are the asshole with the gun. If I dragged you out of as many scrapes as Jay has, that's not the name I'd be using for you. I can tell you that much. Core's sister rolls her eyes. Pay no attention to his, your ladyship. Core has nobody to blame but himself for that nickname. Zoop. Who dis? The inevitable tension at the party. Let's go. Falco! There we go. That's what it was. It was this guy. His crew sent Core's head. That's what it was. The man who has just approached the table is hideous. Let me turn the camera. Oh, no. Not. It, uh, uh? Like that. The man who has approached the table is hideous by anyone's standards. A repulsive face, greasy hair, and bulging veins at his temples. His attempt at an amiable smile is so transparently false and off-putting that your fingers itch to reach for your weapon. With a surprised look askance at you, he says, Mistress Haydari, allow me to wish you a happy Amadakar. Master Mercy could not let such an occasion go unmarked. He sends his warm wishes as a gift. While in combat, the wearer of this cloak gains a plus 15 bonus to fellowship whenever there are no enemies in a 4-cell radius. Oh, Falco, I am much obliged and touched by your presence. May the fire in your heart burn forever bright and hot like the stars of the Gremnor system. Tell Mercy that this show of his precious attention toward my humble self brought dew to my eyes and a song to my heart. And Falco, the one who stole Dre's cargo. Very same. The greasy piece of Grok's shit. Octaviana says, wearing the sweetest, most amiable smile one could imagine. But the stars of the Gremnor system all died around 100,000 years ago, and the systems around them are a true breeding ground of death. Where is your present for J, Falco? Yeah. Who's Mercy? Some big mysterious figure in the mission. The Casbalikas put him here to keep a handle on things and to make sure the interests of our senior partners aren't forgotten. If anyone does become a bit forgetful, Mercy comes alone, somebody dies, everybody else panics and empties their pockets. Falco and Mercy aren't officially connected. Falco's just another prosperous mission agent like Jay and other people. But Falco's happy to do Mercy's dirty work for him, and that's why he gets preferential treatment. Is it customary in the Casbalica to attend the parties of people you have tried to ruin? After you got involved in their turf war, they all decided that a peaceful resolution would be for the best. This here is a symbolic confirmation of the ceasefire. Alright, do I want to get things, do I want to be a little bit spicy, a little sassy? Or do I just want, Jai to handle it? Be a bit sassy. Smuggler stares at you unblinkingly with his pale eyes, saying nothing. Then he rearranges his mouth into a smile remarkable in its hideousness. Of course, your ladyship. And this gift is from me personally, Mistress Haydari. Exotic Venom Blade. Drukari proficiency. Okay. Most were, okay. Plus 10% parry, minus 10 to enemy weapon skill when hit. Venomous Slash. Actually handed it over. I saw like the little cutscene of him walking. I'm like, oh, he's about to fucking stab someone, ain't he? He didn't. As Falco turns away from the table, you see a snarl of feral hatred twist his already repulsive features. What was you talking about before I arrived? Not gonna add insult to injury. Business! My dear Tora, whose mind never strays from the chilly peaks of the mountains of money she's made, was telling me the latest cold trade news. I wish my servants would tell me news. Looks at Foxmaster Vigdis, who never has any fucking information for me when I ask for it. I also thought it would land in her neck instead of her hands. Yep. Exciting times are upon us. We're not the only ones being tested for weak spots. For the name's set on putting the Ultra Questers, Ultra Inquisitors out of business, and it looks like he's got Mercy's blessing to do it. The big beasts are picking off the small ones. I think things are only going to get more interesting from here on out. That means it's time for us to step up and become major players, eh? Cor winks at Jay. Hey, don't get ahead of yourself, Cor. I know a couple of Chagnars from the Ultra Requisitioners. They're dry as you like. We could tell them to cool their heels with us, and they'll be more willing at the other altars. We could take on Falco and even blow Vadame out the airlock too. Cor, my sweet, before you go chewing Faceline with Chagnars, you need to clear the altar and hide the pulses. If the dame's playing all the lines, he won't touch me, but I don't want to shift the risk onto you. There's chatter about the commission. The conversation quickly turns into an impenetrable mishmash of terms from the secret argot of cold traders. Even foes are bowing down before Jai Hadari. That's something worth celebrating. And what better way to celebrate than with a game? With stakes, naturally. Today is my Amada card, and that's what I want. Jay draws a stack of carved plasteel tiles from her pocket. They're decorated with symbols and fine mag lines. Holding the tiles in one hand and raising her glass with another, Jay asks, "What do you think, Serene? Does the Rogue Trader have anything she's willing to wager?" You recognize the tiles in Jai's hands. It is a set for Tan to Low. From Tan to Low. A game popular among gamblers. Each player is dealt several tiles, which can be arranged into a pattern of a specific value by carefully matching up to the mag lines. Whoever has the highest value wins. Voidsmen love playing Tan to Low, which is usually won by luck or skill. I don't know the rules. It's easy. Every player is dealt a few tiles. The tiles are connected by mag lines, and there are lots of possible combinations. You arrange the tiles in a design that has a particular value, and whoever has the highest value wins. Talking a mile a minute about the rules and tile combinations, Jay deftly shuffles the stack of tiles. Sure. Watch out for her ladyship, lads. She was awfully quick to agree just now. I have a sneaking suspicion about how the Rogue Trader acquired all her countless riches. I inherited them. But I'll warn you now. Playing for money is considered wrong on a fleet because gaming is tempting fate. So instead, we're going to play for wishes. A pile of tiles is placed in front of you and the other players. Nice. Okay, starting out good. You have 100%. Look at your hand. You have been dealt a poor hand. You cannot make a high value arrangement from the tiles. Glancing at her tiles and grinning, Jay declares resolutely, "I'm going to show my hand. The Exalted One loves me today." And if one doesn't show one's hand, what then? Then you have a chance to bow out of the game without losing. But you can only do that before someone announces they're going to show their hand. But you can only do that before someone announces they're going to show your hand. And she immediately did that. Hum. Hum, hum, hum. You can try bluffing. No luck. Circling, Jay tosses her tiles on the table. Her hand is significantly better than yours or anyone else's. As for my wish, I want everyone to drink to my good fortune. It was already granted. It has already granted me a gift fit for a queen. Talking about you, Shireen. Your fortune continue to smile upon me. Everyone at the table eagerly raises their glasses. You join in before you even are aware you have done so. A new stack of tiles is already waiting for you on the table. You realize that moments have skipped past without your knowing. It seems the Amasek is somewhat stronger than you thought. 80%. Ooh. Pictures on the tiles are spinning slightly, arranging themselves into good patterns and then offensive phrases. We failed by 3. When you look up, you see that everyone else apart from Jay has already tossed their tiles onto the table in disappointment. It's just us two left, Shireen. I'm going to show my hand. Like, read them and weep. Show your hand. The sight of your hand sets everyone at the table into a flurry of excitement, but then the chatter turns into a roar of triumph. Jay's hand is the most valuable in the game. I win again. What should I wish of you, Shireen? Riches, obviously. Given your profession, I would extract a promise of my assistance should you ever find yourself in trouble in the future. Not get carried away. Some wishes are so difficult to fulfill that it's simpler to dispose of the asker. Slightly drunk. Flirt. An intrigued smile appears on Jay's face. I love playing for high stakes, Shireen. An excellent suggestion. This is a debt I will definitely call in. Tiles are dispersed around the table, forming piles in front of each player. You suddenly feel your body grow heavy. The treacherous Amasek is slowly robbing you of your clarity in thought and dexterity. Look at your tiles. Your hand is not especially good or bad. It is the kind of hand played only by someone desperate who has nothing left to bet. Before anyone says they're showing their hand, I'm announcing a condition. Seeing as it's my Amada card today is the only stake I'll play for is a dance. Try to cheat. I am out. The only stake I'll play for is a dance. 80% chance to cheat. It's not especially good or bad. It is the kind of hand played by only by someone desperate who has nothing left to bet. I mean, I wouldn't mind having a dance. Like, I feel like that's fine. But also skill challenge. Always hard to resist a skill check. Yeah, because they give fucking XP. Be an honest gambler, or are we a fucking cheater? Play. Oh shit. Oh shit, we didn't need to cheat. Let me reload 5 times for that sweet XP. Glancing at your hand, Jay discards her own tiles face down. Mine are worse. Looks like you've won, Shireen. I'll be delighted to grant you a wish. She's fucking boogieing. The light plays on Jay's dark skin and glints off the silver augmetic on her throat. Moving with the grace of a hand snake, she holds your gaze and smiles mischievously. Her dark curls fall across her face, and you see the saucy glint in her eyes through her alluring curtain of hair. This dance is called the Dance of the Captive Ravanian Girl. When the governor of Afrit, Selim Khan, the Bright, crushed the Ravanian rebellion, the daughter of the rebel leader was brought to him, the beautiful Nayana. She danced for him, telling him of the struggle of her proud people, and they snatched a weapon from a guard's hand and aimed it at Selim Khan. But the spark of love that had kindled between them that day stopped the Faisaline from igniting the cartridge, and both Nayana and Selim Khan lived through that day and then many more days which they spent together. My luck is very fickle today. I'm not gonna call her a cheater on this, the day of her Amartakan. Like, come on. That's rude. Enough betting for me, my luck is very fickle today. Unlike Amasek, you can always trust Amasek, it always lies. Smiling sweetly, Jay presses her goblet into your hand. Her skin seems to glow from within, and the sparks of laughter in her eyes dance like flames. Amasek's deceit. Or we can flirt. Let's see. Do it. Oh. Oh. Leaning in, she whispers in your ear. I know, Shireen. Fog swaddles your mind in appealing ideas of other ways you could amuse yourself at this party. Surrendering to the maelstrom of chaotic thoughts, you let the all-pervading merriment determine your fate. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sure this is not going to end in any sort of public humiliation. Void Ship Bridge, you say? Is this it? I mean, is this the moment? This is the part where Jay takes off her mask, revealing herself to be Falco as she drives the exotic venom knife into my neck. Things were so wild that we didn't even move close. Thoughts tumble violently inside your head, periodically ricocheting off the inside of your skull and triggering bursts of piercing pain. Your tongue feels desiccated and shriveled in your mouth, and it scrapes painfully against your teeth. Light. Light is the enemy. That's heresy. But also a hangover. Self-awareness returns unbidden, bringing with it an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Your beleaguered body violently protests against the very idea of getting out of your soft bed. This feels very like like opening of Disco Elysium, like my body is pain. What is existence but suffering? You hear a soft sigh beside you. Looking over, you see dark hair fanned out across your pillow. Jai, who is cozied up next to you, fast asleep, is fully dressed. Just as you are, or perhaps she's not asleep at all. Shireen, you certainly know how to have a good time. Try to remember what happened. Remember first. Yeah, love that game. One of my favorite games of all time. Probably my favorite game of all time. You struggle to piece together your fragmented memories of last night's carousing. For some reason, you can clearly recall the ingratiating looks of the wardens as they try to persuade you to stop. Good sign. The cries of the beggars to whom you gave an obscene amount of money. And the stamping of the servitor that you rode around the station to Jay's unconcealed glee. Sounds like we had a good time, baby. But also nice to know that even in extreme drunkenness, I still give to the common people. I wonder if, like, any of those lines would have changed, if I was playing Dogmatic or Heretical. How did the night end? I don't remember all of it. I think we shot at some people over their heads. Someone didn't offer us the required amount of respect, and you said that flying a shuttle was easy and that you would bet your warrants that you could get us to the ship. We also stripped the man and burnt his clothes because the sight of them offended the Exalted One. I can still smell the singed fibers now. You can smell it too, and you feel slight burn marks on your fingers. You notice one more thing. Your lips feel rough and dry, like they have been nipped over and over by another's teeth. How did you end up in my chambers? Well, I feel like it should be, how did we end up in my chambers? I helped you get back to your quarters, and then I couldn't find the door to get out again, and you graciously gave up 35% of your bed for me. Yes, I think that's the number our haggling ended on. Looks a bit more than 35% there, but, I mean, hey. That's that commerce stat working for you. We did not fall into bed together just to sleep, did we? Turning her remarkably fresh-looking face to you, Jay smirks. You don't remember anything at all, Shireen? Neither do I. All the better. What sweet and thrilling scenarios we can imagine to fill in the gaps. She make ourselves presentable. Sorry to say you're right, Shireen. No matter how soft the bed or how pleasant the company, there is a line we must not cross. And I am perilously close to doing exactly that by getting a couple of bottles of delicious medicine for our aching heads. I like how in just like the frame before for that fade to black. We just saw them stand up. Alright. All is well on the bridge, Lord Captain. Good, good. What the fuck is this, Heinrich? Okay. The drawing on the bulkhead of the bridge looks relatively recent, and you certainly gave no order for it to be done. You do not recognize the whimsical symbols. Examine the drawing carefully. With some effort, you manage to make out that the interweaving lines are intricately stylized letters, and you think you have encountered them before. It is a language from somewhere in the Calixus sector. Raver, what is this? Raver comes over and remarks in his usual gloomy tone. Mistress Haydari shenanigans. She gave the order for this thing to be painted. God Emperor is my witness. I haven't got a clue what it is, and I don't like it. Yay. Explain this, please. Jay looks at the drawing, grinning smugly. Do you like it, Shireen? I think it fits in wonderfully with its surroundings. What is it? It's a phrase in a dialect from Ifrit. It says, Medea carries in her chest a heart that passion has woven with Jay's heart. May their affection burn blindingly bright for the glory of the Exalted One. It is a loose translation of the most famous love poetry from my world. Why did you have this painted here and not, like, in my room? Or on the elevator leading up to my room? That would have been a good place for it, actually. In front of my throne? That would have been cool. Why did you paint it here, though? So that these proud words will inspire your officers. They will perform great deeds and overcome the most fearsome enemies under the banner of our love. Pleased with herself, Jay looks at you with a mischievous grin. You really love drawing attention to yourself, don't you? Jay says nothing, but her face breaks into an enigmatic smile. Ah, it can stay. Right you are, Lord Captain. Raver stares morosely at the drawing and mutters, What's my bridge turning into? Ah, Shireen, I knew your soul would resonate with these great lines of verse. I will read you this poem one day, and you will say, By the Exalted One, it's about us. I noticed that you, pointedly put it in front of Heinrich, who, I accidentally initiated the romance with by being friendly.
You have my complete attention.
Alright. Gave me a pet. Gave me some love poetry. Very nice. Gave me some graffiti on my bedpost.
You are spoiling me with the splendor of your presence again, Shireen. Have you decided to treat your soul to the fruits of my eloquence? Or do you wish to discuss business with the newly appointed owner of a Mercatum Tabula Officiale?
She's a handful.
Oh,
She's my handful, though.
The Omniscient.
She's doing great. Boxmaster. Rumors. Give. Oh. First time I'm seeing all this with her. I am in her romance route. It should be noted. So, this might be romance exclusive if you weren't romancing her. Bigness? Before we go to those rumors, let's talk about these ones. Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. Never do, Victus. Never do. Parliament, not long ago I took part in a celebration in Jay's honor. Ah, Victus, you already know what I was going to ask. Would your ladyship care to learn the circumstances of your return to the ship? I can assure you that the landing deck was damaged minimally. That's good. That's good to know. We're off to a great start. Mistress Haydari escorted you to your quarters, rather boldly touching the person of the rogue trader, and in response to the crew's attempts to help you, you endeavored to demonstrate your proficiency in several Ifrit swear words that, according to you, Mistress Haydari had taught you earlier. Excellent, excellent. So I'm learning the Ifrit language, starting with what you should always start with. It swears. That's how you know you have a good teacher. Regarding the incidents that took place on Footfall, Liege Takara has already let us know that the persons affected have no claims against you, and thank your ladyship for the honor of witnessing how the rogue trader and her charming paramour amuse themselves. Ah. So what you're saying is, we gave the people of Footfall some entertainment for the day, and a much-needed break. Good to know, Vigdis. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Thank you, thank you. At the pupper. Good boy. Cassia.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is with...
Stop her right there.
Greetings.
She's saying the bridge is boring. Like right next to the helmsman. All right. Now I'm curious. Back to Octaviana. Can we learn more about what happened? We talked to Governor Vladim. Can we learn more about what happened? Oi, Hidari! You do remember you owe me, don't you? A bad move. Just terrible.
What
As hard as ever for honest roll.
beyond?
Here is Octaviana. Eradicator of Chaos, the hero of... Oh shit, my stuff is expanding. My titles. Where is Octaviana? I'm blind.
Ha! There will be no peace in my wake.
Boy.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Alright. Octaviana no longer exists. He's dead.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Yes, I am going to see if the dame has anything to say. Plus, I can't remember if I talked to him after, Janice. I might have. I probably did. But I don't remember. I don't remember. %, but it's not loaded. Let's go. There we go. That took a while. And it's still taking a while. I'm gonna lay back for a bit and watch you from my TV. Or the way you do your thing. Yeah, thank you. Greetings, your ladyship. See, you do not wish to speak of the incidents last night. Understandable. I love my little cherub. What a good boy. How the fuck do I leave? Do I actually have to go to the Void Docks? Alright. Okay. Make our way back to Dargonis for something. What was it again?
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Oh, shit. Thank you for the gift sub. The sheep that could. You've made probably a poor financial investment.
What lies
But I thank you nonetheless.
beyond?
Congratulations, Huevo Bandito, for now being a subscriber. Thanks to that gifted sub. Alright, now we venture forth into the void. Finish the cleaning, return to the docking station. Nice, nice. I don't know what happened, but I wanted to sub myself. I think you hit gift sub instead of that one. Might have hit the wrong button. Alright. Ah, that's what it was. Redevelopment project, the highest difficulty in any colony. Okay, so the fact that this hasn't been finished proves to me that this, rank 3, is not the highest.
The sheep Tarkol paid their guild dues and became an initiate guild member.
Oh. The sheep that could. You have made yet another poor financial investment by subscribing to me. Congratulations. Thanks for gifting a sub to yourself. Oh. Warp Breach, Ungodly Fiends, Spreading Sorceress Disease. More Nurgle bros. Hit them with the military gear. We've got plenty of it. Space combat is available in this sector. What? What's happening here? What is this? There's no space combat. Lied to. Actually, I believe there is one place that still has some spec combat. Where was it? Was it this one? It was this one. Try to avoid the collision. Alright, the unplanned maneuver. Alright, good, good. Yum. I mean, we've got new equipment for our ship. See if we can handle this. Nothing happened. Last time I tried killing these lads, I got wrecked repeatedly. What's this? Unforeseen event. Quick save. Going to the ancient scan planet. Okay, yeah, we don't have the necessary equipment for it. Alright, enemies of humanity. Last time I got absolutely wrecked to shreds. You do not negotiate with heretics. Don't negotiate with them. Fuck them up. All right, what do we got? The big boy. Okay, okay. Okay, good. Can do that. Weaknesses. Okay, okay. Have a turn. That just puts more of it in front. Blast! Then...
Commence torpedo, Lord!
Aldari torpedoes. God, my character sounds so unhinged. Love it. Oh. Like one down. Oh. Hold on. Strafe? Where's the strafe? There we go. Let's fucking go. Like how it just like slid over. Uh-oh. The fuck was that? Cool. Oh! Okay, no. Right there. What does this do? For 2 range. Could ram him. Could ram him. I'm gonna be used during acceleration.
Engage the lads!
No mercy for the enemies of humanity.
No longer have to do that.
Launch the devastating payload. Let the macro cannon sing their twisted song.
Corrupted melter charge. Do that. Okay. We'll have to see. Worried about that. What does this do? Internal flame suffers photon for each round. Got like 3 stacks of it. I think we're strong. Oh, they're going for my things? No! Oh. Swift Death Fighters. It has to be the furthest. Boom. Hopefully that'll make it.
Drown them in the void.
Alright, I think that just prevented that from being able to hit me. But not that. I'm sorry? No damage? What? Got him. Alright, we got some dark halos. Ooh! Got a better of the thing that we currently have. Nice. Upgrade. Level 6 starship. Let's go. Alright, alright. All hands on deck. The flagship's torpedo tubes are loaded with 3 torpedo salvos instead of 1. Duration +1 for every 10 points in the master cannonier's demolition skill. Alright. The flagship launches a boarding party to infiltrate an enemy ship, starting internal fires and possibly causing engine damage that cripples the ship for 1 round. It can only be used once per round. Plus 1 round for every 10 points in the Supreme Commander's Persuasion skill. Swing run or focused thingamawhatsits. Maximum overdrive. Until the end of combat, the flagship's speed is increased by 2, and its maneuverability is increased by 1. The damage bonus dealt by Void Ship Ram, based on the distance traveled, is increased by 100%. Plus 1 round for every 10 points. Okay. Premonition. Flagship's augers scan the area for favorable tactical positions. While the flagship is in such a position, its evasion is increased by 35%. Alright. And then we've got all of the normal ones. I like the sound. Boarding party? Vulnerability scan. I have both of them. For shields, shallow jump, shield, pulse. Flagship's torpedo tubes. Warship weapon that fires torpedoes. Torpedoes can land a direct hit or deal area damage on a miss detonating on a proximity fuse or when detonated manually. Here's demolition. Master maneuvers athletics. Awareness. Okay. Little sneeze coming on, but it's just holding out. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. But with 3 torpedo salvos instead of 1. Not quite sure what that means. I guess I'll take it anyways. Can launch 3 torpedoes in 1 turn. Oh. Interesting. Keep all that scrap. Oh. I do have 2 of these. Alright. And every executive turn it comes up again. That runs out or based on the persuasion. I see. See you in the next combat, basically. I will properly understand next combat when I use it. Got it. Wait. Oh, you actually have a pretty good thing there. This. Flagship's augers scan an enemy ship to highlight its weak points. Okay, what is the difference here? All damage dealt to a weak point is increased by 30%. Only 1 weak point can be highlighted at a time, 1 to 3 rounds. By 35%. This weak point is never located on the opposite side of the ship. And then this increases the extra range. Okay, I was just wondering, okay, if I switch who it is, does that revert it back? It does. Alright. Alright, let's go speak to some navigator. Loud typo, it's a bit dark. Yeah. Oh, good. Based on demolition. We're talking about the torpedoes. Yeah. Alright. Let us have an audience with the Navis Nobilite. Probably have Cassia with me. And J for snarky commentary. Let's go. Alright. Just like that, I have to walk my way to the throne every time. Reminds me of a Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Just having to walk through the town like so often. Big save. Let us hold court. Your ladyship. Clementia looks away from Adrenaline. I hope your stay on Dargonus will be beneficial to your physical and mental state. I understand that the heir to the Protectorate must have their hands full, but one shouldn't forget about rest. What about the meeting with navigators of House Orselio? Clementia immediately focuses on the data slate in her hand. Allow me to report. The esteemed navigators of House Orselio have taken residence in the great estate and await a meeting with you. How would you like to receive them? Meeting is just formality. No need for any extravagant receptions. No. Make arrangements for a reception worthy of the refined tastes of the Navis Nobilite. Understood, your ladyship. Clementia promptly makes a note on her data slate. Would you like to hold this meeting shortly? Yes. Cassia and I are ready for the talks, I presume. Very presumptuous. We haven't even spoken to her about it. Then I'll have messengers sent to retrieve the esteemed guests. Alright, 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 alright. Bring, you know, just as a bit of a power move, just make sure we have an Inquisitor in the background, you know? Just to be like, sup. Oh, laggy. Now it's not laggy. Yo, nice cape, though. Regent Aranto Ocelio, Steam Delegation, the Rogue Trader, and the Von Valancius Protectorate welcome you. Come this way, please. He just said nodders. Nice to see that the people that we pay to act as a crowd were doing their job satisfactorily. Very good, very good. So many loading screens. Hello. The esteemed representatives of the Novice Nobilité have arrived at the Rogue Trader's court, the regent of the great House Orselio, Aranto Orselio. Hi. His companions, Lady Glyceria Orselio, Navigator Lesso Camon Orselio, and his intended bride, Lady Navigator Alexandrina Orselio, Lady Navigator Elena Hateria Orselio, and Navigator Shabda Orselio. Thank you, thank you. This man just walking around with a fucking harem. Gotta find a nice angle. There we go. A tall, wizened old man stares proudly at you with milky, unblinking eyes. Loose skin sways with his every move as if the navigator's flesh has detached from his bones. An unsightly hole mars the regent's face where his nose should be, and the old man's skull is covered with spiky growths. Rogue traitor. The regent's piercing voice cuts through the silence. On behalf of House Orselio, we would like to express our immense satisfaction at this meeting and our gratitude for the warm welcome. It pleases us to know there are still ladies in the Cornus Expanse who observe etiquette and the traditions of hospitality. Sounded vaguely sexist, but okay. I held a lavish reception for the Orselio delegation. I notice you have a bunch of armed men with you. And yet this is not why we are here. Our grace is obliged to note how much the Rogue Trader has done for House Orselio by protecting its beloved child. We waited for many turns to behold her radiant visage. The regent shifts his unblinking gaze to Cassia. Come now, child. There is much we need to discuss. Cassia steps forward, but then stops and looks at you. Go ahead. Speak. Cassia smiles faintly and addresses the regent. Esteemed regent, it pleases me to see the gleaming sheen of gold and turquoise above your brow. It is thanks to the efforts of the Rogue Trader that I stand here today, and there is so much I want to tell you. But what is it you desire to hear most? We know what happened at the station, child. Your connection to the Atlas has grown so strong we felt the turmoil in your soul, and the events that transpired have shaken us. House Urselio is deeply grateful to the Rogue Trader for the destruction of the saboteurs, and we are willing to reciprocate such a magnanimous gesture. We trust that a treaty of friendship and alliance, underpinned by the transfer of several artifacts of exceeding rarity, will suffice. Now come, child, it is time we depart for your new home, so that we may finish what we started. You took Theobald Urselio's side on the conflict on Yurok 5. Esteemed Regent, perhaps I could continue my education while still accompanying the Rogue Trader on her travels. Just imagine how much I could learn beyond the bounds of... Cassia notices the Regent's furious glare and falls short. Cassia, I would be honored if you decided to stay. Unthinkable. Ayo?
Don't just stand there. Help the Rogue Trader defend the child and the palace.
Wait, what?
You will pay for betraying Felek and our freedom, Rogue Trader!
Oh.
Now kill them all!
That guy just fucking evaporated. Yeah? Yeah, game? I think it's waiting for all of the civilians to evacuate.
For the Emperor!
Yo, why do they look cool like that, though? Like, with their formation. Like, it looks like an actual legit formation. I mean, hey, I'm good where I'm at. Oh, wait, no, there's that. Fuck. Cassia, come over here, darling. Abelard. My boy. Get over here. Argenta. Get that nice firing angle. Pascal, my friend. Heinrich, let's get somebody else, like, kind of going towards this side. Right up. Alright.
Let's see.
Man, that warden is in an unfortunate place. Oh, I can fire on you. Okay, good. That means I don't have to move.
Oh, a wicked thought.
I don't really know where to place that, so we're not. Go for.
Someone else can do this.
Right. Fine. At least get right up in there. What this? Combat locus? Right up. Did I not set this up? Thought I did. Why did you have to stand right next to Argenta?
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I'll do it.
As the
Shoot
Emperor
this man in the
commands,
back.
I act.
Oh, it's because he's ranged as well. That makes sense.
It's why I was chosen.
Weapon at the ready.
Oh, grenades in my fucking
My
throne
faith
room?
strengthens me.
The audacity.
Weather the storm. For now.
I mean, at least they're choosing a very poor... Wait a second, what? Oh, she got stunned.
Part of the trial.
Onward.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Regent. Uh-oh. Hey, I leveled up.
Break their morale.
Follow my lead.
I'm like, oh, hey, I leveled up. Very nice. I'm very worried about this navigator lady going, though. Words of the Words of the Emperor.
But of course, Lord.
Fuck. She's parried.
Let's see to it.
Oh. Apparently did not understand how that worked.
I'll do what it takes.
Moving out. Duty prevails. I must not falter.
You can go ahead and falter if you want.
Follow my lead.
It will not work.
To the heretics.
Gray hair, sure hair. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
God damn it. I keep forgetting about sworn
It will
enemy.
be done.
I am a fool.
Stay vigilant.
You do it. Kill this man.
Let's see.
Have a plus 19% bonus to armor, and all enemies suffer 25 more damage. Oh. There's her things. I just murdered him. All right, Argenta.
I'll do it.
Nice.
Weapon at the ready.
Bold choice. But you did damage. Warden, no!
Emperor, protect me.
Get him! Beat his ass! I send you here. Yes. Yes.
My faith strengthens me.
Alright, let's see.
Follow my lead.
Alright, alright. Good, good. $42, huh? Why'd that have to be all creatures?
I am a navigator.
Go ahead,
not a
start killing each
servitor.
other.
Moving out.
Okay, fair, fair. They really just went and targeted the weakest link, huh? Rude. Oh.
A tactically sound approach.
Stab.
Indeed.
Fuck him up.
Break them around. For the glory
To
of
be
the
honest.
Imperium.
Didn't even realize that guy was still there.
More trouble than it's worth.
Give this man some toughness. Burst the soul? Yeah. Can't target.
For the throne's glory.
Well, that was a fantastic miss. Get him.
Advancing.
Pascal getting his first turn in the combat. Bonk. A miss.
I will do my duty.
Looks like I can move and then charge at him. Hell yeah.
Even
Sniper.
I won't do that.
Listen to Alina or Celio. Shut up. Go ahead and what the fuck are these? Stun grenades. Finally, the time has come. For grenades that I'm never going to use, that is. Crippled arm. Yeah, I'm flexing on this lady by leveling up right in front of her. Okay. Two things. Two movement points. Will not die. It's by half of it. Okay. Good, we good. That's one action point. Toughness for each such effect. I have like one. So as a turn adjacent to an ally, that hive world character has +2. Okay. In their fellowship. Okay. Fatal protection. Allies that are targeted by the navigator's power gain 10 armor. 10% armor. Not dodge them. Perception. Lord. Oh, why I didn't give that to you much earlier. Okay. Broad expertise when entering combat. Okay. It's a 2% bonus of armor for every stack of versatility. Have their armor reduced by anything. Deals 10% damage for targets. Their dodge reduced. They gain 10% crit damage. Crit chance. Okay. Aiming protocols. Ballistic. Dodge reduction with melee weapons. Enemy dodge the bonus is doubled for the next attack. Pretty good. A very, very quick level up. Eternal glory. Characteristics +1 to resolve, deflection, and damage. Sure. And let's get you that psi rating. Boom. Alright, lady, you got some splaining to do. Mercy! The Lady Navigator covers her face with her disfigured, scaly hands, each with an extra finger and conjoined phalangeal bones. Her clothes are covered in blood, mostly that of your servants, and several unexploded bolts are sticking out of her chest plate. Rogue Trader, whether on purpose or out of ignorance, you are harboring a monster that is cunningly pretending to be an innocent maid. Spare me, and I, Elena Hateria Orselio, will swear to you to tell you the whole truth about the madness that is devouring House Orselio like a malignant tumor. Do not let the Regent deceive you with honeyed lies, lest the cursed child ruin your protectorate as well. See rage and despair in the Lady Navigator's face, but neither is directed at you. Thank you for your lenience, Rogue Trader. 2 hours passed. You didn't even clean the bodies. Love it. Just letting the crowd stand in there. Lady Navigator Elena Hateria Orselio is charged with the attempted murder of Novator Air Cassia Orselio, the attempted murder of the Rogue Trader, and the attack on something. The unnaturally bulbous eyes of the Navigator constantly shift between you and Cassia. Black secretions run down her cheeks instead of tears, leaving unsightly streaks. I, Elena Hateria of House Orselio, swear to tell the Rogue Trader nothing but the truth. May the God Emperor be my witness. Pathetic. Silence. For due respect, House Orselio has hardly covered itself in glory thus far today. It is time its representatives answered before the Rogue Trader. Elena, what do you have to say in your defense? I do not know what it is you wish to learn, but I will start from the very beginning. A long time ago, Tisiphone ascended to the throne of Orselio. She was a daring Novator who brought part of the house to the Expanse, hoping to strengthen our position in the Imperium. The house prospered, but Tisiphone was Persephone, I guess is what that would actually be. Persephone was never satisfied. She went mad in her pursuit of power, seeking more influence, more control, and she saw enemies everywhere, even among her loyal followers. Paranoia was slowly driving Tisiphone insane, and one day she created the Starway Atlas, a relic that is implanted in our bodies at birth, a noose around our necks, our gift and our damnation. Tisiphone used the Atlas to control us, subdue our will, and mold our thoughts. If anyone put a toe out of line, she killed them with a glance. At first, many branches of House Orselio tried to resist her tyranny, and Tisiphone cut them down with extreme brutality. For example, the entire Sethala branch was destroyed simply because its leaders asked too many questions about the Atlas and wanted to know the truth about its creation. What else is Tisiphone Orselio guilty of? Tisiphone's madness weakened the dynasty, and not long ago the Novator vanished. Indeed, her loyal followers lie when they say she chose to retire. The truth is that nobody knows the truth. She's rotting away on one of her secret worlds. Lena finishes with a sneer. I understand Tisiphone's transgression, but what does any of that have to do with Lady Cassia? Tisiphone passed her atlas on to her successor before fleeing the house, to a newborn child. We could not surrender the throne to the tyrant's creature. Tisiphone was cunning and treacherous. She must have hatched the entire plan beforehand. Her disappearance, the child, the transfer of the leash. Feared that one day she would be reborn in Cassia's body. And we could not let that happen. You called Cassia a monster because of Tisiphone's atlas. Largely, yes, but there is more. Have you never felt pure, unadulterated disgust while standing close to her? Or perhaps fury or fear? Who but a monster would manipulate the minds and feelings of others? Even more so than Tisiphone did herself did. Why didn't you attack before? Why now? Symphony always had plenty of opponents, but we were afraid to trust one another. Any of us could be spying for her followers. We saved our strength and dealt the first blow 5 years after the heir was born, striking at one of the estates on Ir Tavi. But the girl survived, and Argent Aranto hid her so far away and guarded so thoroughly it took us another 13 years to find her. Then another 2 to get into the regent's good graces and reach Yurok 5. Now, Cassia is in the spotlight, and the House Council is about to put her on the throne. Surely there is no better time to cut off the serpent's head. So you admit Regent Aranto was not aware of the assassination attempt. Elena clicks her tongue loudly. Regent Aranto is guilty of mass killings, intimidation, inhuman torture, abetting Tisiphone, and raising her heir. His crimes are many, but this one is not among them. I'd love to see his head on the chopping block, but honor prohibits me from slandering him in a trial before the Rogue Trader. I think I've heard enough. The Rogue Trader now knows about the Regent's atrocities and the girl's corruption. I hope I succeeded in warning you about the danger that lurks within Cassia Orselio. Regent Aranto, representatives of your house made an attempt on Lady Cassia's life and attacked a Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader, House Orselio humbly asks for your lenience and forgiveness. We could not even imagine these vile rats could be scurrying among our ranks. As for them sneaking into the Rogue Trader's palace and staging an unthinkable crime, God Emperor be our witness, the accursed renegades seek to spark a feud between our houses. Be that as it may, you're responsible for the actions of your people. Give me one good reason not to execute you on the spot. Come now, Regent, you proved your innocence. Come now, Regent, you proved your innocence. How do I know your words are not just another trap? Yet this is now the second attempt that has been made on Cassia's life. I need answers. We are ready to tell you everything we know so that this misunderstanding can be remedied as quickly as possible. Tell me more about the renegades. They are madmen who seek to destroy the centuries-old traditions of our great house, so carefully nurtured by the previous Novator Tsephone Orselio. They deem a century of her rule a tyranny, and our most sacred relic a curse that must be destroyed. Fools! If the Atlas were to be destroyed, the whole of House Orselio would follow it into oblivion. Why do the renegades seek to destroy that house's relic? They dread her power, for only a Novator can fully grasp the mysteries and harness the power of the Starway Atlas. What the renegades call a leash, we call a guiding star. Why are people trying to kill Lady Cassia? Everyone in the house knows the child is the keeper of the one true Starway Atlas, which once belonged to our great Novator Tsephone Orselio. The ungrateful wretches secretly hated her grace, and when Tsephone abdicated her responsibilities and set off for parts unknown, they staged a revolt to destroy her successor. Does Cassia really carry Tsephone's atlas? We believe it with all our heart. The Novator spent many cycles on the world where the child was born. It is said that everyone who witnessed the miracle of her birth simultaneously departed for a destination known only to the Novator. Persephone gave the order and followed them soon after, leaving her precious gift, the Atlas, to Cassia, and therefore marking her as her successor. Looks like House Orselio has fallen on hard times. The regent stays silent and then replies, "Call your statement false would be a lie. For many years we managed to maintain the fragile balance within our house, but then the Novator's departure shook the faith of many. The treasury is empty, the navigators are scattered, the warp routes are scrambled, and many of our allies cannot be reached, which is why it is so important to complete the child's education. It is Cassia's duty to take Tissephone's place and lead the house to prosperity. Such is her great destiny. What do you know about Cassia's unbridled power?" "Special gift for a special child. She was born with it and grew up under its influence. The instability sometimes hampered her education, but we learned to prevent most outbursts. As long as the child remains calm and remains in seclusion, the powers cannot take hold of her mind. Think I've heard enough?" The regent acknowledges your words with a nod and waits for you to continue. "Lady Cassia, you two are an injured party in this. What would you do in my place?" If I may speak, so many dirty colors have poured from the mouths of those presents that I feel covered in filth from head to toe. As the future Novator, I want to bleach them, purify them, and let them go. Heed me, I am the one to blame for what happened today, and I accept full responsibility for the actions of my house." Cassia speaks bravely and openly, though her hands are shaking a little. "Vile wretch, who do you think you are? Will you now start killing those who have displeased you, as Tisiphone did before you?" Fury on Alina's face gives way to desperation when she realizes what she just said. She slowly reaches for the atlas embedded in her chest, looking at Cassia with obvious fear. "Hear us, child. This burden is too heavy for you to shoulder alone. You are not yet ready. I implore you, to settle this conflict, I offer the Rogue Trader a 100-year contract with House Orselio, committing us to charting the shortest and safest routes for the Von Valancius Protectorate within the Cornus Expanse. I will also remain aboard the Rogue Trader's vessel and assist her until she decides otherwise, or until duty to the house summons me to the Novator's seat." "What are you going to do to Lady Alina?" "The esteemed regent will put Lady Alina and her people in one of our family galls. She is a House Orcelio navigator, after all. There is no need for our precious blood to be spilt. Lady Alina stares at Cassia incredulously with bulging eyes, but remains silent. Her hand restlessly caresses the spot where her atlas is embedded. Bleach them, purify them, and let them go. What does that mean? What does that mean, Cassia? Thank you for your input, Lady Cassia. I will consider whether I should accept your offer. Cassia nods curtly. On the contract, and the navigators will be free to leave Dargonis. Not interested in your pathetic excuses. Wardens, get the House or Sailor delegation ready to deliver my judgment. Cassia watches you closely, holding her hands in a gesture of prayer. Hereby dismiss all charges against Lady Alina Heteria. I find Lady Hida guilty of an attempted murder of Lady Cassia and attack on the Rogue Trader. Find both sides of House or Sailor guilty and hereby sentence you to death. You call this a fair trial? Ridiculous. Everyone here is rotten to the core. You literally attacked us. In cold blood, openly. All of you are heretics and madmen. Curse you. Curse you. I sentence Lady Alina to 2,000 years imprisonment in the dungeon of the Von Valancius dynasty. Will be the first navigator to be transformed into a servitor. Will make a remarkable servo skull. I ask you to do your duty as the custodian of the Atlas of the of House Orcelio. An unkindly light glints in Cassia's eyes. Very well. Considering the circumstances, I will use the power. Trader, allow me to ask what fate awaits the esteemed regent and the other members of the house. I dismiss all charges. Pleases us to know that the enemy's schemes failed to harm relations between our dynasties. But tell us, what future awaits House Orcelio and the Von Valancius Protectorate? Solve their current problems. Change of culture and technology. Friendship. With great pleasure. Our emissary will contact yours and deliver the scrolls for your signature and seal. May the Emperor bless this new alliance. I wish to help House Orcelio solve their current problems. The regent's sagging skin quivers when he sighs. It would be highly disrespectful of us to refuse the aid of a rogue trader. We, Aranto Orcelio, do hereby accept your offer. If you will allow, we shall discuss the details later. An exchange of culture and technology. Theodora von Valancius was a very open-minded woman, but sagacious Tisiphone did not support many of her endeavors, and neither should we. We are afraid House Orcelio will have to refuse the rogue trader's offer. Alright. I'd like to discuss her future now. As we said earlier, the child must return to the fold of her house. We hope you will be gracious enough to acquiesce. There are traitors in your midst. Would the Lady Navigator not be safer under my protection? Under the Expanse law, the payment for rescuing the Lady Navigator would be was a contract obliging her to serve on my ship. Cassia has no need of your tutelage. As the future Novator, she will handle the issues her house is facing on her own. I will give my consent if I am furnished with another navigator. Otherwise, Cassia will remain until her contract expires. Personally decide when the navigator leaves. Is she truly safe? There is a pregnant pause The Regent stares at you as if trying to peer through the skin, muscle, and bone and see the darkest corners of your heart. You are not wrong, Rogue Trader. If you're willing to take care of the child while we deal with our problems, so be it. Though House Orselio may have suffered the pain of a schism, only we can protect the child from our brethren and lead her along the paths of enlightenment to the Novator's throne. And scene? Game? Okay. And scene. Nice bloody pathways there. Alright. Did a bit of a long stream today, but we shall end it here for today. Boop.